Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more night-bound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain tapped gently against the window panes of 221B Baker Street, each drop creating a soft, almost musical patter that filled the cosy sitting room with its soothing rhythm. The scent of pipe tobacco hung in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the crackling fire that cast long, dancing shadows across the Persian carpet. Sherlock Holmes sat motionless in his armchair, his slender fingers steepled beneath his chin, eyes half closed as if in meditation. It was the letter on the side table that had captured his attention so completely. The envelope bore an unfamiliar postmark from the northern coast. Dr. John Watson observed his friend's contemplative silence from across the hearth, the evening newspaper rustling softly in his hands. The sitting room of their Baker Street lodgings had always been a sanctuary of sorts, a place where the chaotic pulse of London seemed to slow to a more manageable tempo. This evening in particular held a certain stillness, the kind that often preceded Holmes' most fascinating cases. Outside, the autumn fog pressed against the windows like a curious spectator, its tendrils occasionally illuminated by the amber glow of the gas lamps that lined the street below. "You've been studying that letter for nearly 20 minutes, Holmes," Watson finally remarked, folding his newspaper with deliberate care. "Might I inquire as to its contents, or would that disturb your chain of thought?" Holmes's eyes flickered open, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "My dear Watson, your curiosity is both expected and welcome. Indeed, I've been contemplating a most peculiar correspondence from a Reverend Thornton of Whitby." He reached for the letter, the paper rustling softly as he unfolded it once more. "It seems our clerical friend has encountered a series of deaths that defy conventional explanation." Watson leaned forward in his chair, his interest piqued. The leather creaked gently beneath him as he set aside his newspaper. "Whitby? The coastal town in Yorkshire?" "The very same," Holmes confirmed, his voice carrying the soft, measured cadence that Watson had come to associate with the beginnings of their most intriguing adventures. "A picturesque harbour town nestled between the North Sea and the Yorkshire moors. Quite beautiful, I'm told, with its ruined abbey perched upon the eastern cliff, though I suspect its tranquil facade now conceals something far more sinister." The detective rose with fluid grace and crossed to the window, pushing aside the heavy velvet curtain to gaze out at the fog-shrouded street. The gas lamps created halos of golden light that seemed to float disconnected in the mist, like earthbound stars guiding lost souls through the London night. 3 deaths, Watson. Each victim was discovered at dawn, each drained of blood, each described as pale as marble, with expressions of unspeakable terror frozen upon their faces. Watson's medical instincts immediately engaged. Blood loss could indicate any number of causes, perhaps a skilled killer with knowledge of anatomy, or some form of exotic poisoning that presents with extreme pallor. Holmes turned, his silhouette backlit by the diffuse glow from the window. Indeed, those would be rational explanations. However, our good Reverend hints at something he dares not name explicitly in writing. Listen to this passage. He lifted the letter once more, and in the gentle glow of the firelight began to read. "Mr. Holmes, I hesitate to commit my darkest suspicions to paper, for fear they would be dismissed as the ravings of a superstitious mind. Yet I cannot ignore the whispers that travel through my parish like the very fog that rolls in from the sea. The fishermen speak of a dark ship that arrived during the great autumn storm 3 weeks past, a vessel that seemed to navigate the treacherous harbour entrance without pilot or crew visible upon its decks. Since that night, death has walked our narrow streets with terrible purpose. leaving behind victims whose condition defies medical science. I implore you, sir, to bring your formidable intellect to bear upon our plight, for I fear that conventional wisdom will prove woefully inadequate against whatever stalks the shadows of Whitby." The fire popped and hissed as a log settled, sending a shower of amber sparks dancing up the chimney. Holmes carefully refolded the letter and placed it in his pocket with deliberate movements. The Reverend continues with details of each victim. A ship captain found sprawled upon the harbour steps, a dock worker discovered in an alley near the fish market, and most recently a young woman who had been visiting relatives near the old abbey. Watson stroked his moustache thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. It sounds as though the Reverend believes in something supernatural. The last word emerged almost reluctantly, as if Watson were embarrassed to give voice to such an irrational notion. Holmes's soft chuckle filled the room like the gentle rolling of distant thunder. "My dear Watson, you know my methods. I deal in facts, evidence, and deduction. The supernatural exists primarily in the minds of those who lack the capacity or willingness to seek rational explanations." He moved to his desk and began rummaging through a stack of newspapers with careful precision. "However, I find myself intrigued by these mysterious deaths, if only to provide the good Reverend with the comfort of a logical solution." From the pile, Holmes extracted several clippings and brought them back to his armchair. The papers rustled softly as he arranged them in chronological order upon his knee. "I've been following the reports from Whitby with some interest. The local gazette has been quite forthcoming about the details, though they too seem reluctant to speculate too wildly about the cause." Watson rose and moved to stand behind Holmes's chair, peering over his shoulder at the newspaper accounts. The flickering firelight made the printed words seem to dance upon the page, as if they themselves were reluctant to reveal their secrets. "Harbour master found dead," Watson read aloud from one headline. "Body discovered at dawn. Authorities baffled." "Yes, and note this detail," Holmes said, his long finger indicating a paragraph near the bottom of the article. "The reporter mentions that Captain Rogers appeared unnaturally pale, with no signs of violence save for 2 small puncture wounds upon his neck, initially mistaken for rat bites." Watson's medical training immediately offered possibilities. Puncture wounds could indicate injection of a toxin, perhaps, or the bite of a vampire, Holmes finished, a hint of amusement colouring his voice. "Come now, Watson, surely you don't subscribe to such folklore." Watson straightened, adjusting his waistcoat with a self-conscious gesture. "Of course not, Holmes. I merely meant to suggest that the wounds might be misleading. A deliberate misdirection, perhaps, to evoke superstitious fear." "Now that is a fascinating theory," Holmes said, with genuine appreciation in his tone. "A killer who uses the trappings of supernatural legend to conceal the true nature of his crimes. Yes, that would be quite clever indeed." He steepled his fingers once more, his gaze turning inward, as his formidable intellect began examining this new angle from all sides. The clock on the mantel ticked away the seconds, its gentle rhythm punctuated by the occasional pop from the hearth. Outside, a hansom cab clattered past on the wet cobblestones, the horse's hooves creating a soothing, steady cadence that faded into the distance like a half-remembered dream. "I believe we should accept the Reverend's invitation," Holmes finally said, rising to his feet with newfound energy. "Pack your bags, Watson. The Northern train leaves Euston Station at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Watson blinked in surprise. "You're taking this case, then, despite its seemingly fantastical elements?" Holmes moved to his desk and began penning a telegram, the nib of his pen scratching softly against the paper. "I'm taking this case precisely because of those elements, Watson. Consider the implications. If these deaths are indeed the work of a human hand, then we are dealing with a killer of exceptional cunning and theatrical flair. One who deliberately evokes supernatural terror to obscure their methodology." He paused, looking up with eyes that gleamed in the firelight. "And if, by some extraordinary circumstance, we should discover evidence that defies conventional explanation, well, wouldn't that be the most fascinating outcome of all?" Watson could not help but smile at his friend's enthusiasm. Despite Holmes's reputation as a man of cold logic, Watson knew that beneath that analytical exterior beat the heart of an adventurer who relished the unknown and the unexpected. "Very well, Holmes, Whitby it shall be, though I hope you won't mind if I pack my service revolver alongside my medical bag." A most prudent precaution, Holmes agreed, returning to his telegram. "And perhaps bring your copy of the Principles of Pathology as well. We may need to consult it regarding unusual causes of extreme blood loss." As Holmes finished his telegram, Watson moved to the window and gazed out at the fog-shrouded street below. The gas lamps seemed dimmer now, their light struggling against the thickening mist. Somewhere in the distance a dog howled a long, mournful sound that seemed to echo the unspoken anxieties stirring within his chest. "I shall send this telegram to Reverend Thornton immediately, informing him of our impending arrival," Holmes said, folding the paper with precise movements. "And then I suggest we both get some rest. Tomorrow promises to be the beginning of a most unusual investigation." Watson turned from the window, pushing aside his vague sense of disquiet. "Do you have any theories yet, Holmes?" Holmes paused at the doorway, his tall, lean figure half illuminated by the corridor's gas lamp. "Several, Watson, but it would be premature to favour any one of them. Before theorising, we must gather data." His voice softened, taking on an almost hypnotic quality. "The journey north will give us ample time to study the shipping records and marine chronologies. I'm particularly interested in identifying this mysterious dark ship that arrived during the storm." After Holmes departed to send his telegram, Watson found himself alone in the sitting room, the gentle patter of rain against the windows his only companion. He picked up one of the newspaper clippings Holmes had left behind and studied the grainy illustration of Whitby harbour. The artist had captured the brooding quality of the ruined abbey perched atop the eastern cliff, its broken arches like skeletal fingers reaching toward the sky. "Pale as marble," he murmured to himself, recalling the description of the victims. His medical mind continued to catalogue possible explanations: severe anemia, certain poisons, perhaps some exotic disease brought back from foreign shores by the seafaring community. Yet something about this case stirred an uncharacteristic disquiet in his rational mind, a vague discomfort that settled around him like the fog pressing against the windows of 221B Baker Street. The fire had burned low, casting long wavering shadows across the room. Watson added another log, watching as the flames gradually embraced it, sending a gentle cascade of sparks up the chimney. The warmth and light seemed to push back against the encroaching shadows, restoring a sense of normalcy to the room. By the time Holmes returned, Watson had composed himself. Whatever awaited them in Whitby, they would face it together, as they had faced countless dangers before. Holmes' unparalleled powers of observation and deduction, combined with Watson's medical knowledge and steady hand, had proven more than a match for the most cunning of adversaries. "All is arranged," Holmes announced as he re-entered the room, removing his damp coat and hanging it by the fire. "Reverend Thornton will meet us at the station." He rubbed his hands together before the flames, the firelight accentuating the sharp planes of his hawkish features. "I've also sent inquiries to the harbour master's office requesting shipping manifests from the past month. With luck, they'll be waiting for us upon our arrival." Watson nodded, rising from his chair. "I'll begin packing straight away. Though I must admit, Holmes, I'm curious about one thing. What made you take such immediate interest in this particular case? Surely you will receive dozens of letters describing peculiar circumstances." Holmes turned from the fire, a small, enigmatic smile playing across his lips. "Intuition, Watson. For all my insistence on logic and reason, I have learned to trust that quiet voice that occasionally whispers that a case is special." He moved to the bookshelf and selected a slim volume, its leather binding worn with age. "Besides, I have a particular interest in unusual phenomena, and death that walks from a ghost ship in the witching hours, leaving bloodless victims in its wake. I should think that qualifies as decidedly unusual." The detective opened the book, revealing the title page, Folklore and Myths of the North Yorkshire Coast. With deliberate care, he placed it in his travelling case. Knowledge of the local superstitions may prove useful in understanding the psychology of our quarry, if, indeed, Our villain is deliberately exploiting such beliefs. Watson watched as Holmes methodically prepared for their journey, selecting reference materials with careful consideration. Despite his friend's calm exterior, Watson could sense an undercurrent of excitement, the intellectual thrill that Holmes derived from puzzles that challenged his formidable intellect. "Rest well tonight, my friend," Holmes said softly, his eyes reflecting the dying embers of the fire. "Tomorrow we travel north to unravel the mystery of Whitby's bloodless dead." "I suspect we shall need all our faculties sharp and our spirits resolute for whatever awaits us there." As Watson bid Holmes good night and retired to his room, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows of Baker Street. The soft, rhythmic sound followed him into his dreams, gradually transforming into the distant roar of waves crashing against an unseen shore, and the whisper of an autumn wind moving through the ruins of an ancient abbey. The rhythmic clacking of the train's wheels against the rails created a hypnotic cadence that had lulled many passengers into slumber as the Northern Express wound its way through the verdant English countryside. Dr. John Watson, however, remained wide awake, his gaze fixed on the passing landscape as it gradually transformed from rolling farmlands to the rugged beauty of the Yorkshire moors. Beside him, Sherlock Holmes sat with his eyes closed, though Watson knew better than to assume his friend was sleeping. More likely, Holmes was organising his thoughts, cataloguing information, and constructing preliminary theories about the mysterious death that awaited their investigation. The sky outside their compartment window had steadily darkened throughout the afternoon, not merely from the advancing hour, but from gathering storm clouds that hung low and heavy over the horizon. The weather seemed a fitting companion to their journey northward, toward a coastal town where death had left its peculiar calling card 3 times in recent weeks. "We're approaching Whitby," Holmes said suddenly, his eyes opening as if he had sensed their proximity to their destination through some preternatural awareness. "The quality of light has changed. Note how the clouds hang differently here near the coast." Watson peered through the window, observing the distinctive character of the gathering storm. Indeed, there was something different about these clouds. They seemed to roll and churn with greater intensity, and the light that filtered through them cast an otherworldly pallor across the landscape. In the distance, where the moors gave way to the coastline, a band of fog was visible, creeping inland from the North Sea like ghostly fingers reaching for the shore. "Rather foreboding weather for our arrival," Watson remarked, adjusting his collar as a draught whistled through the train compartment. Holmes smiled thinly, his eyes brightening with that familiar spark of intellectual engagement. "On the contrary, Watson, I find it most appropriate. The atmosphere suits the nature of our inquiry perfectly." He reached for the leather portfolio beside him and extracted the ship manifests he had been studying throughout their journey. "I've been examining the records of vessels that entered Whitby harbour during the autumn storm 3 weeks ago. Most interesting." Watson leaned closer, the papers rustling softly as Holmes spread them upon his knee. "Have you found something significant?" "Perhaps," Holmes replied, his long finger tracing a line of text. "There is mention here of a ship called the Demeter, a Russian vessel out of Varna. According to the harbour master's log, it ran aground during the height of the storm, with no surviving crew found aboard save the captain's corpse lashed to the wheel." "Good heavens," Watson murmured, the image sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. "Indeed. And yet, curiously, there is no subsequent record of what became of the ship's cargo." Holmes tapped the manifest thoughtfully. The Demeter was carrying 50 boxes of cargo listed simply as native soil. Most peculiar. The train began to slow as it approached Whitby station, its whistle piercing the gathering gloom with a mournful cry. Outside their window, the first heavy droplets of rain began to strike the glass, leaving glistening trails that distorted the view of the platform beyond. Porters hurried to position themselves, collars turned up against the inclement weather, while a solitary figure in clerical garb stood waiting beneath the shelter of the station awning. "I believe that must be our Reverend Thornton," Holmes observed, gathering his papers and returning them to his portfolio with methodical precision. "Note the anxious way he scans each window of the train. He's been waiting some time, despite the worsening weather. As they collected their luggage and disembarked onto the rain-slicked platform, the clergyman approached with quick, nervous steps. Reverend Thornton was a man of middle years, his face careworn and pale, with deep shadows beneath his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. His handshake, when offered, was firm but betrayed a slight tremor. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you cannot imagine my relief at your arrival," he said, his voice carrying the soft cadence of the North Yorkshire coast. "I feared my letter might have seemed too fanciful to warrant your attention." Holmes clasped the man's hand warmly. "Not at all, Reverend. Your account was precise where it needed to be, and appropriately circumspect where uncertainty exists, the hallmarks of a reliable witness." Relief washed visibly across the clergyman's features. "Thank you, sir. I've arranged rooms for you at the Harbourside Inn. It's a respectable establishment close to the waterfront and conveniently near to where the incidents have occurred." As they made their way from the station, the Reverend led them to a waiting carriage, its lamps already lit against the premature darkness brought by the storm. The driver, a grizzled man with the weathered complexion of a lifelong mariner, touched his cap in greeting but said nothing as they boarded. The horses' hooves clattered against the cobblestones as the carriage began its journey through Whitby's narrow streets. Through the rain-streaked windows, Watson caught glimpses of the town. Stone buildings huddled close together, their slate roofs glistening in the wet, gas lamps casting pools of amber light that reflected in puddles like fallen stars. Occasional figures hurrying along the pavement, faces hidden beneath umbrellas or pulled-down hats. Above it all, barely visible through the mist and rain, loomed the silhouette of the ruined abbey upon the eastern cliff, its broken arches and remaining tower standing sentinel over the harbour below. "A most atmospheric setting," Holmes murmured, his keen eyes absorbing every detail as they passed. "One can understand how superstitions might flourish in such a place, particularly during the darker months." Reverend Thornton shifted uncomfortably on his seat. "Yes, well, the fishing community here has always been prone to colourful beliefs. The sea shapes a man's thinking, they say. But these recent events have stirred up old fears that I had hoped were long buried in the past." The carriage turned onto a street that ran parallel to the harbour, and through breaks in the buildings, Watson caught glimpses of masts swaying in the churning waters and the ghostly outlines of fishing boats secured against the coming storm. The air that seeped through the carriage windows carried the tang of salt and seaweed, underscored by the more industrial scents of tar and fish oil. "Tell me, Reverend," Holmes said, "in your letter you mentioned a dark ship that arrived during the great storm 3 weeks past. Would that be the Demeter I found reference to in the shipping records?" The clergyman's eyes widened slightly. "Yes, that's the vessel." "A terrible business. The harbour-master said in all his years he'd never seen such a thing. A ship navigating the harbour entrance during a gale of that magnitude, with no visible crew to guide her. It was as if the vessel steered itself. Or perhaps was guided by someone not visible from shore," Holmes suggested gently. "In such weather, visibility would have been severely compromised." "Perhaps," Thornton conceded, though his tone suggested he remained unconvinced. "But there's more that troubles me." The ship's log was recovered, and I was present when the harbour-master read it. The captain's entries grew increasingly disturbed as their journey progressed. He wrote of crew members vanishing one by one, of a presence aboard the ship that could not be found despite repeated searches. Watson felt that same involuntary shiver return. Could it have been some form of mass hysteria? Perhaps food poisoning leading to hallucinations? The Reverend shook his head slowly. The final entry, written in a hand barely recognisable as the same that penned the earlier pages, simply read, "It is here with me. God forgive my soul," and then nothing more. A momentary silence fell within the carriage, punctuated only by the steady rhythm of the horses' hooves and the pattering of rain against the roof. Holmes's expression remained impassive, though Watson noted the slight narrowing of his friend's eyes, a telltale sign that his formidable intellect was fully engaged. "And the bodies that have been discovered since," Holmes prompted. "You mentioned 3 victims in your letter. All found near the harbour, all at dawn, all drained of blood." "Yes," Thornton confirmed, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper, as though afraid of being overheard despite the privacy of their carriage. Captain James Rogers was the first, found on the harbour steps not 3 days after the Demeter ran aground. Then Michael Ashton, one of the dock workers, was discovered in an alleyway behind the fish market, and just 4 days ago, young Miss Eleanor Barrymore, who was visiting relatives in a house near the Abbey. "Were there any connections between the victims?" Holmes inquired. "Beyond their proximity to the harbour, that is." The Reverend considered this. "None that I've been able to discern. Captain Rogers was a lifelong seaman, well respected if somewhat gruff. Ashton was known as a hard worker, though he had a fondness for drink, and Miss Barrymore was a visitor from London, here only a fortnight before her death." The carriage began to slow as it approached a 3-story stone building with a freshly painted sign bearing the name The Harbourside Inn. Warm light spilled from its windows, creating an inviting contrast to the cold, wet darkness outside. As they drew to a halt, the driver descended from his perch to open the carriage door, rainwater streaming from the brim of his cap. "We've arrived, gentlemen," Reverend Thornton announced, somewhat unnecessarily. "I've taken the liberty of arranging for us to meet in the inn's private dining room after you've had a chance to settle in. The local physician, Dr. Mason, will join us. He examined all 3 victims and may provide insights that would interest you, Dr. Watson." The inn's interior offered a welcome respite from the inclement weather outside. A fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth of the main room, where several locals sat nursing ales and exchanging quiet conversation. Their talk dimmed noticeably as Holmes and Watson entered, curious glances cast in their direction, before Reverend Thornton ushered them toward the innkeeper. Mr. Halloway, the proprietor, was a robust man with the ruddy complexion of someone who enjoyed his own cooking and the occasional glass of port. He welcomed them with the practised hospitality of his profession, though Watson noted a certain wariness behind his cordial manner. "We're honoured to have you gentlemen staying with us," Halloway said as he led them up a creaking staircase to their rooms, "though I confess I wish the circumstances were more pleasant. These terrible events have cast quite a pall over our little community." Their rooms were adjacent, modestly furnished but clean and comfortable, with windows overlooking the harbour. Despite the poor visibility through the rain and fog, Watson could make out the restless waters of the bay and the indistinct shapes of fishing vessels secured at their moorings. Somewhere in the distance a foghorn sounded its mournful warning. After settling in, Watson rejoined Holmes in the corridor. His friend had already changed from his travelling clothes into a fresh shirt and waistcoat, his appearance as impeccable as if he were preparing for an evening at his club in London, rather than an investigation in a remote coastal town. "What do you make of it so far, Holmes?" Watson inquired as they descended the stairs together. Holmes paused on the landing, his gaze distant, focused on something only he could see. "I make nothing of it yet, Watson. It would be a capital mistake to theorise without sufficient data." Then, with a slight smile, he added, "Though I will say that Whitby presents a most intriguing stage for whatever drama is unfolding here." The inn's private dining room was a small chamber adjacent to the main room, simply furnished with a rectangular oak table and 6 chairs. A modest fire burned in the grate, and oil lamps provided a warm, if somewhat inadequate, illumination. Reverend Thornton was already seated, engaged in quiet conversation with another man whom Watson presumed to be Dr. Mason. The physician rose as they entered, extending his hand in greeting. He was older than Watson had expected, perhaps in his early 60s, with thinning silver hair and spectacles that magnified his pale blue eyes. His hand, when Watson clasped it, was cool and dry, with the slightly calloused fingertips characteristic of his profession. "Dr. Mason, a pleasure," Watson said warmly. I understand you examined the victims of these puzzling deaths." "That I did, Dr. Watson," Mason replied, his voice carrying the distinctive burr of a Yorkshire native, though puzzling hardly begins to describe what I encountered. He gestured for them to be seated, waiting until they were all comfortable before continuing. "In 40 years of medical practice, I've never seen anything quite like it." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his keen gaze fixed on the elderly physician. "Perhaps you could describe your findings in detail, Doctor, beginning with the condition of the bodies when they were discovered." Dr. Mason nodded, removing his spectacles to polish them with a handkerchief, a gesture Watson recognised as one he himself often employed when gathering his thoughts. The first victim, Captain Rogers, was found on the harbour steps at dawn by a young lad delivering fish to the morning market. The boy thought at first that the captain was merely drunk and sleeping it off, but when he attempted to rouse him, he trailed off, replacing his spectacles before continuing. The captain was dead, of course. Rigor mortis had not yet fully set in, suggesting he'd been deceased for perhaps 4 to 6 hours. The body was, well, the only word I can use is exsanguinated, pale beyond anything natural, with a peculiar waxy quality to the skin. There were 2 puncture wounds on his neck, approximately an inch apart. "Puncture wounds?" Holmes inquired, his voice betraying no emotion beyond professional interest. "What was their appearance? Clean, ragged, deep, shallow?" "Clean and precise," Dr. Mason replied. "Each perhaps a 1/4 inch in diameter, and based on my probing, quite deep, certainly deep enough to penetrate the carotid artery. Yet there was almost no blood at the scene, a few drops at most." Watson frowned, his medical mind immediately cataloguing the inconsistency. If the carotid was punctured, there should have been considerable blood loss at the site. "Precisely," Dr. Mason agreed, a hint of appreciation in his tone for a fellow medical man who grasped the significance. "It was as if the blood had been, well, removed somehow, rather than simply spilled." The same held true for the subsequent victims as well. Ashton, the dock worker, had identical wounds on his throat. Miss Barrymore's were located slightly differently, on the side of her neck rather than the front, but otherwise presented the same characteristics. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his expression contemplative. Were there any defensive wounds, signs of struggle, or other injuries on any of the victims? Dr. Mason shook his head slowly. None whatsoever. No bruising to suggest they were held or restrained. No skin under the fingernails. No torn clothing. It was as if they submitted willingly. He paused, clearly uncomfortable with his own choice of words. "Forgive me, that sounds rather fanciful." "Not at all," Holmes assured him. "You're describing what you observed, not speculating on supernatural causes." He turned to Reverend Thornton. "I would like to visit the locations where each body was discovered, beginning tomorrow at first light. For now, however, I'm curious about the rumours you mentioned in your letter, the whispers travelling through your parish. What exactly are the townspeople saying about these deaths?" The Reverend shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his fingers tracing the wood grain of the table before him. "That's partly why I hesitated to contact you, Mr. Holmes. The theories circulating among the fishing community are, well, they belong more to the Middle Ages than our modern era." "You need not fear that I will be influenced by superstition, Reverend," Holmes said gently, "but understanding the local perspective may provide insight into the psychological aspects of these crimes, assuming they are indeed the work of human hands." Thornton nodded, though reluctance was still evident in his manner. "The fishermen believe that a vampire has come to Whitby aboard the Demeter. They say it sleeps in unhallowed ground by day and hunts by night, feeding on the blood of the living." He spoke the words quickly, as if embarrassed to give them voice in such educated company. To the clergyman's evident surprise, Holmes showed no sign of dismissal or derision. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. "An interesting theory, and one that certainly fits the pattern of wounds and blood loss described by Dr. Mason. Tell me, has anyone reported seeing a stranger in town since the Demeter's arrival? Someone who appears only at night, perhaps, or who exhibits unusual behaviour?" Dr. Mason cleared his throat. There is a foreign gentleman who took residence at the Crescent about 2 weeks ago. A Mr. Zeekley, I believe. Hungarian or Romanian by his accent. I've encountered him only once, when he inquired about purchasing certain medicinal herbs from my dispensary. What sort of herbs? Holmes asked, his interest visibly piqued. Unusual ones, the doctor replied. Wolfsbane, garlic flower, items with traditional associations to folk medicine rather than modern pharmacology. I assumed he was something of an amateur herbalist. He seemed quite knowledgeable. Holmes made a small notation in the notebook he had extracted from his pocket. I would like to meet this Mr. Zeekley. His presence coinciding with these events may be significant, or it may be mere happenstance. Either way, he sounds like a man of education, and perhaps insight into the local atmosphere. As their discussion continued into the evening, a serving girl brought in a simple but hearty dinner of fish stew, fresh bread, and ale. The rain outside had intensified, drumming against the windows with growing insistence, while the wind had risen to a mournful howl that occasionally found its way down the chimney, causing the fire to gutter and dance. The storm is worsening, Reverend Thornton observed, glancing nervously toward the window. They're saying at the harbour that it might rival the one that brought the Demeter to our shores. Is that so? Holmes murmured, his attention seemingly focused on crumbling a piece of bread between his fingers. Tell me, has anyone examined the wreck of the Demeter since it ran aground? The Reverend exchanged glances with Dr. Mason before responding. The harbour master sent men to salvage what they could and retrieve any remaining bodies. They found nothing of value. The cargo holds were empty, though the manifest indicated those 50 boxes of soil I mentioned. As for bodies, only the captain was discovered, lashed to the wheel as I described, empty cargo holds, Holmes repeated softly. Yet the manifest listed 50 boxes. Most interesting. The conversation gradually turned to logistics for the following day's investigation, with Holmes outlining his plan to visit each crime scene at dawn, followed by an examination of the Demeter's wreckage, and if possible an introduction to the mysterious Mr. Zeekley. As the evening drew to a close, Reverend Thornton made a curious request. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I hope you won't think me presumptuous, but I've taken the liberty of bringing these for you. From his coat pocket he produced 2 small silver crucifixes on chains. The local people would feel better knowing you carried them. For protection. Watson expected Holmes to refuse politely but firmly. To his surprise, his friend accepted the offering with a gracious nod. Thank you, Reverend. While I place my faith in observation and deduction rather than religious symbols, I appreciate the sentiment behind your gift. He slipped the crucifix into his waistcoat pocket with a small smile. As they made their way back to their rooms later that night, Watson couldn't help but comment on Holmes's acceptance of the Reverend's gift. I must say, I'm rather surprised you didn't decline the crucifix, Holmes. It seems rather contrary to your usual stance on such matters. Holmes paused at the door to his room, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. My dear Watson, when in Rome, one should respect local customs. Besides, he added with a faint smile, I find it intriguing that a man of the cloth, ostensibly dedicated to reason and enlightened theology, would resort to such medieval talismans. It speaks to the genuine fear gripping this community, a fear we would do well to understand if we are to solve this mystery. With that, Holmes bid Watson good night and retired to his room. Left alone in the corridor, Watson found himself strangely reluctant to enter his own chamber. The wind continued to howl outside, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the rhythmic crashing of waves against Whitby's seawall. He fingered the small silver crucifix in his pocket, feeling somewhat foolish for the comfort it provided. Finally entering his room, Watson moved to the window and gazed out at the harbour below. The fog had thickened substantially, reducing the gas lamps along the waterfront to dim, diffuse glows that seemed to float disconnected in the misty darkness. The silhouette of the abbey on the cliff was barely visible, a darker shadow against the night sky, its ruined arches like skeletal fingers reaching upward. As he turned away to prepare for bed, a movement caught his eye, a pale shape moving through the fog along the harbour wall. Watson leaned closer to the glass, straining to discern details through the rain-streaked pane. For a moment, he thought he saw a tall, dark-clad figure standing utterly still, facing toward the inn. Then a gust of wind swirled the fog, and when it cleared momentarily, the figure was gone. Imagination, Watson told himself firmly as he drew the curtains closed. The product of Gothic surroundings, grim conversation, and the suggestive power of local superstition. Yet as he laid his head upon the pillow, listening to the storm rage outside, he found himself remembering Holmes's words. It would be a capital mistake to theorize without sufficient data. The question that troubled him as he drifted towards sleep was simple. What if the data, when fully gathered, pointed towards something beyond the reach of conventional explanation? What then? The morning dawned with the reluctant grey light peculiar to the Yorkshire coast in autumn, the sun a pale disk barely visible through lingering mist. The storm had passed during the night, leaving in its wake a hushed quality to the air, as if the town itself were holding its breath. Holmes was already dressed and waiting in the small breakfast room of the inn when Watson descended shortly after 6 o'clock, his medical bag in hand. Watson. Excellent timing. Holmes greeted him, setting aside the local newspaper he'd been perusing. I trust you slept well despite the storm's efforts to keep all of Whitby awake. Watson suppressed a yawn as he took the seat opposite his friend. Well enough, though I confess to some rather peculiar dreams. Something about this place seems to seep into one's subconscious. Indeed, Holmes agreed, pouring a cup of tea for Watson from the pot that sat steaming between them. Whitby possesses a certain atmospheric quality conducive to imagination. One can understand how it might nurture superstition among those already inclined towards such thinking. The breakfast was simple, but hearty. Fresh eggs, thick slices of bacon, and bread still warm from the oven. As they ate, Holmes outlined his plan for the day, his voice low to avoid being overheard by the few other early risers scattered around the room. We'll begin at the harbour steps where Captain Rogers was discovered, then proceed to the alleyway near the fish market where they found the dock worker. If time permits before our meeting with Mr. Zeakley at 11, we'll also examine the location near the Abbey where Miss Barrymore met her unfortunate end. Watson nodded, spreading marmalade on a piece of toast with methodical precision. And what of the Demeter? Do you still wish to inspect the wreckage? Most definitely, Holmes replied, his eyes brightening with that familiar spark of intellectual curiosity. The harbour-master has arranged for us to view what remains of it this afternoon, weather permitting. I'm particularly interested in the cargo hold that supposedly contained 50 boxes of soil, all of which have mysteriously vanished. They finished their breakfast in companionable silence, each lost in his own thoughts about the investigation ahead. Outside, the town was beginning to stir, the sounds of cartwheels on cobblestones and the distant calls of fishermen drifting through the partially open window. The smell of the sea permeated everything, a briny, organic scent underscored by notes of tar and smoke. Reverend Thornton met them at the entrance to the inn, his clerical collar stark white against the black of his coat, his expression one of barely suppressed anxiety. "Good morning, gentlemen. I hope you're both prepared for a rather sombre tour of our town." Holmes adjusted his hat against the light drizzle that had begun to fall. "Lead on, Reverend. I assure you Dr. Watson and I have observed far worse in our years of investigating London's darker corners." The harbour in daylight presented a different aspect than it had through the rain-streaked windows of the previous evening. Fishing boats gently rode the swells, their colourful hulls a stark contrast to the grey waters beneath them. Gulls wheeled overhead, their harsh cries punctuating the methodical sounds of the working waterfront, the creak of ropes, the clank of chains, the shouts of men unloading the night's catch. "The steps are just there," Thornton indicated, pointing to a wide stone stairway that descended from the harbour wall to the water's edge. Captain Rogers was found on the third step from the bottom, positioned as if he had been attempting to ascend, but collapsed. Holmes moved immediately to the location, his keen eyes scanning the stone steps and surrounding area. Though 2 weeks had passed since the discovery, He examined the spot with the same intensity he would have shown at a fresh crime scene. Watson observed his friend's methodology with familiar admiration, the way Holmes would occasionally drop to his knees to study the stone more closely, or run his fingers along the edge of a step, or simply stand motionless, absorbing the location from various angles. "Interesting," Holmes murmured after several minutes of examination. "There are traces of unusual soil in the crevices between these stones. Not local, I think." He scraped a small sample into a glass vial produced from his pocket, corking it carefully before returning it to his coat. "You can determine that the soil isn't local merely by looking at it?" Thornton asked, his scepticism evident. Holmes offered a thin smile. "The composition appears different from what I've observed elsewhere in the town. It's unusually dark and has a distinct granular quality. Laboratory analysis will tell us more, of course." They proceeded next to the alleyway behind the fish market where Michael Ashton's body had been discovered. The narrow passage between two buildings was damp and malodorous, the cobblestones slick with what Watson hoped was merely seawater. Here, Holmes repeated his meticulous examination, paying particular attention to the walls on either side of where the body had lain. "No signs of a struggle," he observed, running his gloved hand along the rough stone. "No scrape marks to suggest the victim was pushed or dragged against these surfaces." He paused, crouching to examine a barely perceptible dark stain on the cobblestones, and remarkably little blood for a wound that supposedly penetrated the carotid artery. Their final stop was the location where Eleanor Barrymore had been found, a secluded spot on the path leading up to the Abbey ruins. The place was eerily beautiful, with wildflowers growing among the long grasses and the ancient stones of the Abbey visible above them, silhouetted against the clearing sky. Below, the entire harbour spread out in panoramic splendour, the town's red-tiled roofs descending in tiers toward the sea. "She was discovered here by an early morning walker," Thornton explained, indicating a flat area just off the path. "The poor woman was laid out as if sleeping, her hands crossed over her chest. Were it not for the wounds on her neck and the unnatural pallor of her skin, one might indeed have thought she was merely at rest." Holmes circled the area slowly, his gaze alternating between the ground at his feet and the surrounding terrain. "The earth is soft here," he noted, "yet there are no footprints other than those of the victim, and, presumably, the person who found her. Curious. Perhaps the rain washed them away," Watson suggested. "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, though his tone suggested he found this explanation insufficient. "Or perhaps our quarry is uncommonly careful about the traces they leave behind." He knelt suddenly, plucking something from among the grass with his tweezers. "Ah, what have we here?" Watson and Thornton moved closer to observe what Holmes had found. Held delicately in the tweezers was what appeared to be a small black beetle, unlike any Watson had seen in England before. "A Carpathian ground beetle," Holmes announced, transferring the insect to another of his glass vials, "native to the eastern mountains of Europe, particularly the regions of Transylvania and Wallachia. Decidedly not indigenous to Yorkshire." Reverend Thornton's face paled visibly. "Transylvania? But that's the region from which the Demeter sailed." "Yes," Holmes finished for him, pocketing the vial with care. "An interesting coincidence, wouldn't you say?" They had just begun their descent back toward the town when Watson noticed a figure hurrying up the path toward them. One of the young boys from the inn, his cap askew from his rapid ascent. "Mr. Holmes, sir," the lad called, slightly breathless. "Mr. Alloway sent me to find you. Says there's a gentleman who arrived at the inn asking for you most urgent-like. A foreign gentleman he is." Holmes glanced at his pocket watch. "Our appointment with Mr. Seekley isn't for another hour. How intriguing." "Begging your pardon, sir, but it ain't Mr. Seekley," the boy corrected. "This gentleman says his name is Professor Van Helsing, sir. From Amsterdam, he says." Holmes and Watson exchanged a look of mutual surprise. "Van Helsing," Watson repeated. "Did he state his business?" The boy shook his head. "Only that he'd come in response to the Reverend's telegram and needed to speak with you straight away." All eyes turned to Thornton, whose expression had transformed from mere surprise to utter confusion. "I sent no telegram to anyone in Amsterdam," he protested. "I wouldn't even know whom to contact there." "Curiouser and curiouser," Holmes murmured, his eyes bright with interest. "Well, it would be impolite to keep our mysterious professor waiting. Shall we, gentlemen?" They made their way back to the harbourside inn at a brisk pace, the boy leading them through several shortcuts that bypassed the busier streets. Watson found himself oddly apprehensive about this unexpected visitor. If Thornton hadn't contacted anyone in Amsterdam, who was this Van Helsing, and how had he learned of their investigation? The inn's main room was relatively quiet at this hour, with only a few patrons nursing morning ales at the bar. Seated alone at a table near the fire was a man who immediately commanded attention despite his seemingly relaxed posture. He rose as they entered, revealing himself to be of medium height and sturdy build, with a distinguished air enhanced by his well-trimmed white beard and gold-rimmed spectacles. His attire was impeccable, a charcoal grey suit of European cut, with a waistcoat of subtle burgundy silk visible beneath his jacket. "Ah, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume," the man greeted them in a voice carrying the distinctive accent of the Netherlands, extending his hand in welcome. "I am Professor Abraham Van Helsing from the University of Amsterdam. It is a great honour to make your acquaintance at last." Holmes clasped the offered hand with a cordial nod. "Professor Van Helsing, I confess your arrival is unexpected. This is my colleague, Dr. John Watson, and I believe you may already be acquainted with Reverend Thornton." A flicker of something, surprise perhaps, or momentary confusion, crossed Van Helsing's features before his expression settled back into one of genial professionalism. "By reputation only," he clarified smoothly. "I received the Reverend's telegram regarding the unusual deaths in Whitby, and came as quickly as transport would allow." Thornton stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "I'm afraid there's been some misunderstanding, Professor. I sent no telegram to Amsterdam." Van Helsing reached into his breast pocket and extracted a folded paper, which he handed to Thornton. "Then this message, bearing your name and the direction of St. Mary's Church, Whitby, is a forgery. Most peculiar." The Reverend examined the telegram with growing bewilderment. This appears to be my signature, yet I assure you, I did not send this. I wouldn't even know how to reach you, Professor." "How curious," Van Helsing remarked, seemingly untroubled by this revelation. "Perhaps someone else in your parish took the initiative. The telegram speaks of 3 deaths, victims drained of blood, with puncture wounds to the throat. It requested my expertise in obscure diseases." Holmes had been observing the exchange with keen interest, his sharp eyes missing nothing about their unexpected visitor. "You specialise in unusual medical conditions, Professor." Among other things, Van Helsing confirmed with a modest gesture. "My field encompasses various forms of rare blood disorders, particularly those with folkloric associations. I have published several monographs on the subject which have, perhaps, brought me to the attention of whoever sent that telegram." Watson's medical curiosity was immediately piqued. "Blood disorders with folkloric associations? That sounds fascinating, Professor. I'd be very interested to hear more about your research." Van Helsing smiled warmly. "It would be my pleasure, Dr. Watson. Perhaps over dinner this evening. For now, however, I hope I might impose upon you gentlemen to bring me up to speed on the current situation in Whitby. I've come all this way. It seems a shame to return to Amsterdam without at least offering whatever insights I might provide." Holmes glanced at Thornton, who still appeared troubled by the mysterious telegram, then back to Van Helsing. "Of course, Professor. Your expertise may indeed prove valuable. We were just completing our examination of the locations where the victims were found. Perhaps you'd care to join us for our next appointment. We're meeting with Mr. Zekerley at 11 o'clock. A curious expression flashed across Van Helsing's face at the mention of the name, so briefly that Watson might have imagined it had he not been watching the Professor closely. "Zekerley, you say?" Van Helsing repeated, his tone carefully neutral. "A Hungarian name, if I'm not mistaken. I would be most interested to meet this gentleman." They settled at the table, and Holmes signalled to the innkeeper for refreshments. As they waited, Holmes studied Van Helsing with that penetrating gaze Watson knew so well, the look that missed nothing, that catalogued every detail from the wear pattern on a man's cuffs to the calluses on his hands. "Tell me, Professor," Holmes began conversationally, How quickly did you depart Amsterdam after receiving the telegram? The dating suggests it was sent only 3 days ago. Van Helsing hesitated for the briefest moment before answering. I left immediately. The urgency of the message demanded no less. Fortunately, I was able to secure passage on a merchant vessel bound for Hull, and from there took the morning train to Whitby. Remarkably expeditious, Holmes observed mildly. The North Sea crossing alone typically requires at least 2 days, weather permitting. We had favourable winds, Van Helsing replied with a slight smile. And when time is of the essence, one finds ways to expedite travel. Their refreshments arrived. Tea for Holmes and Watson, a glass of red wine for Van Helsing despite the early hour. As the professor raised his glass in a small toast, Watson noticed something peculiar. A momentary aversion of Van Helsing's eyes from the silver croûte on the tray, as if the sight of it caused him some discomfort. "You mentioned monographs on blood disorders, Professor," Watson said, steering the conversation back to more medical matters. "I'd be most interested in your perspective on the victims here in Whitby. All 3 presented with extreme blood loss, and 2 small puncture wounds to the neck, yet with minimal blood at the scene." Van Helsing's expression grew serious. "What you describe, Dr. Watson, fits a very specific pattern, one I have encountered in my research across Eastern Europe. The locals there would have a name for it, a name modern science hesitates to employ, yet one that accurately conveys the nature of the condition." "And what name is that, Professor?" Holmes inquired, though something in his tone suggested he already anticipated the answer. Van Helsing met his gaze steadily. "Vampirism, Mr. Holmes." A weighted silence followed this pronouncement. Reverend Thornton shifted uncomfortably in his chair, while Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Only Holmes remained impassive, his expression betraying neither belief nor scepticism. "I see," Holmes said finally, "and you believe these deaths in Whitby are the work of such a creature." "I do not jump to conclusions without evidence," Van Helsing replied, a note of defensiveness creeping into his voice. "I merely observe that the pattern matches cases I have studied in Transylvania, Slovakia, and parts of rural Russia. The exsanguination, the puncture wounds, the absence of blood at the scene, these are hallmarks of a very specific predator. A predator you believe to be supernatural in nature," Holmes pressed, his tone neutral but probing. Van Helsing leaned forward slightly. "Mr. Holmes, I am a man of science, just as you are a man of reason. I do not ask you to accept folklore at face value. What I suggest is that there exists a condition, whether disease, mutation, or something not yet classified by modern taxonomy, that creates in its host certain distinctive characteristics. Among these are an aversion to sunlight, a dependence on blood for sustenance, and in some cases enhanced physical capabilities." "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. "You speak of these vampires as if they were a species to be studied, rather than monsters from peasant superstition." "Precisely." Van Helsing's eyes lit up with scholarly enthusiasm. The folklore grew from observation of genuine phenomena, distorted by fear and religious interpretation over centuries. My work attempts to separate fact from fiction, to understand the biological basis for what has been draped in supernatural trappings. Watson found himself both sceptical and intrigued. As a medical man, he was naturally resistant to explanations that ventured beyond the realm of established science. Yet there was something compelling about Van Helsing's rational approach to what most would dismiss as mere superstition. "You mentioned an aversion to sunlight," Watson noted. "All 3 victims here were found at dawn, suggesting they were killed during the night." "Yes, that fits the pattern," Van Helsing agreed. "The condition I study renders its host extremely photosensitive. Direct sunlight causes rapid cellular degradation, essentially burning the skin and eventually deeper tissues. Hence, these beings must hunt by night and seek shelter before dawn." Holmes had been watching Van Helsing intently throughout this exposition. Now he leaned back slightly, his expression thoughtful. "Tell me, Professor, in your experience, these are being intelligent, capable of planning, of strategy." "The most dangerous ones certainly are," Van Helsing replied gravely. In fact, I have tracked one particular specimen across Europe for nearly a decade, a being of exceptional intellect who uses his condition to prey upon society's most vulnerable. He's cultured, educated, fluent in multiple languages, and utterly ruthless. And you believe this individual might now be in Whitby? Thornton asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Van Helsing turned to the clergyman with a gaze that seemed to penetrate to his very soul. The pattern of deaths, the timing coinciding with the arrival of the Demeter, the ship's origin in Transylvania. Yes, Reverend, I fear that is exactly what we may be facing. Before anyone could respond to this sobering assessment, the inn's door swung open, admitting a gust of chill air and a tall, elegant figure who paused dramatically on the threshold. The newcomer was a man of striking appearance, perhaps 50 years of age, with iron-grey hair swept back from a high forehead, aristocratic features, and eyes of such intense darkness that they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His attire spoke of wealth and European tastes, a perfectly tailored suit of charcoal grey, a silk cravat secured with a ruby pin, and gloves of the finest kid leather. "Gentlemen, good morning," the man greeted them in a rich baritone that carried just a hint of an Eastern European accent. "I believe I am expected. Alexander Seekerly, at your service." Holmes rose smoothly to his feet, extending his hand in greeting. "Mr. Seekerly, a pleasure. I am Sherlock Holmes. These are my colleagues, Dr. Watson, Reverend Thornton, and Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam." As introductions were made around the table, Watson observed a curious interaction between Seekerly and Van Helsing. The two men regarded each other with a strange intensity, like fencers assessing an opponent before the first thrust. Seekerly's handshake with the professor was notably briefer than with the others, and Watson could have sworn he saw a flash of recognition, or was it animosity, pass between them. "Van Helsing," Seekerly repeated, rolling the name as if tasting it. "The medical researcher, if I'm not mistaken. Your monograph on rare blood disorders is quite illuminating." "You've read my work, Mr. Seekerly?" Van Helsing inquired, his tone carefully neutral. "I make it a point to stay informed on subjects relevant to my interests," Seekerly replied with a thin smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, "particularly when those subjects intersect with the folklore of my homeland." Holmes gestured for Seekerly to join them. "You're from Transylvania originally, Mr. Seekerly?" "From the Carpathian region, yes," Seekerly confirmed as he took the offered seat. "Though I have travelled extensively throughout Europe for many years. My family estate lies in the mountains near the Borgo Pass. Beautiful country, though perhaps too isolated for modern tastes." "And what brings you to our humble Whitby?" Holmes inquired, signalling the innkeeper for another round of refreshments. "Business or pleasure?" Seekerly removed his gloves with deliberate grace, revealing long, pale fingers adorned with a single signet ring of antique design. "A bit of both, Mr. Holmes. I am a collector of antiquities, particularly those with connections to European folklore. Whitby, with its ancient abbey and literary associations, holds several items of interest to my collection." "Literary associations," Watson repeated, puzzled. "The abbey is featured prominently in contemporary fiction," Seekerly explained with a slight wave of his hand. "Works that draw upon local legends and superstitions. I find such cultural artifacts fascinating windows into the collective fears of a society." Throughout this exchange, Van Helsing had remained uncharacteristically silent, his gaze fixed on Seekerly with an intensity that bordered on impropriety. Now he leaned forward slightly, his voice low but clear. "You arrived in Whitby recently, Mr. Seekerly? Perhaps around the time of the great storm 3 weeks ago?" Seekerly turned to face the professor, one eyebrow raised in mild surprise at the directness of the question. "Indeed, Professor. My timing was rather unfortunate in that regard. My original plan was to arrive via private yacht, but the weather forced a change in arrangements. I came overland from London instead, just as the storm was abating." "How interesting," Van Helsing remarked, though his tone suggested he found it suspicious rather than merely curious. "And you've taken residence at the Crescent, I understand." "You seem remarkably well informed about my movements, Professor," Seekerly observed coolly. "Should I be flattered by your attention, or concerned?" The tension between the two men was palpable now, the air around the table seeming to crackle with unspoken hostility. Holmes, ever the diplomat when the situation required, smoothly intervened. "Mr. Seekerley, we're investigating several unusual deaths that have occurred in Whitby since the recent storm. As someone new to the area, you might offer a fresh perspective. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary during your stay? Unusual people or activities, particularly after nightfall?" Seekerley considered the question, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Nothing specific comes to mind, Mr. Holmes. Though I must admit I keep rather unusual hours myself. My research often keeps me working late into the night, and I find the pre-dawn hours especially conducive to creative thought." He smiled slightly, a habit that has occasionally raised eyebrows in more provincial settings. "And what exactly is the nature of your research, Mr. Seekerley?" Van Helsing interjected, his Dutch accent suddenly more pronounced. Seekerley regarded the professor with cool amusement. "Broadly speaking, cultural anthropology, Professor. More specifically, the evolution of folklore surrounding death and its various permutations across European cultures. The British Isles offer fascinating comparative studies to the traditions of Eastern Europe." As the conversation continued, Watson observed Holmes watching the interplay between Van Helsing and Seekerley with keen interest, his sharp eyes missing nothing. There was clearly some history between these two men, or at the very least a mutual recognition that extended beyond their brief introduction. Watson made a mental note to ask Holmes about his impressions once they were alone. The meeting concluded after another half-hour of carefully polite conversation, with Seekerley expressing his willingness to assist their investigation in any way possible before taking his leave. As the door closed behind him, Van Helsing released a long, slow breath, as if he had been holding himself in check through considerable effort. "That man," he said softly, almost to himself, "is dangerous beyond your imagination." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "You know Mr. Seekerley from somewhere, Professor?" Van Helsing hesitated, then shook his head. "Not directly, but I have encountered his type before. The aristocratic manner, the cultivated charm concealing something predatory beneath." He looked directly at Holmes, his expression deadly serious. "Mr. Holmes, I believe Alexander Seekerley may be the very being I have tracked across Europe, the vampire responsible for dozens of deaths from Budapest to Paris, and now, it seems, Whitby." Watson expected Holmes to dismiss this dramatic assertion. Instead, his friend merely nodded thoughtfully. "An interesting theory, Professor. One that will require substantial evidence, of course." Of course, Van Helsing agreed readily. "I would expect nothing less from the great Sherlock Holmes, and I assure you, evidence will be forthcoming if we survive long enough to gather it." The remainder of the morning passed swiftly as Holmes, Watson, and their newfound colleague Professor Van Helsing made their way toward the harbour-master's office. Reverend Thornton had excused himself to attend to parish duties, though Watson suspected the clergyman was also eager to distance himself from the increasingly disturbing direction their investigation had taken. The harbour-master, Captain George Hawkins, was a weathered man of 60 with the perpetually squinting eyes of one who has spent decades peering into salt spray and harsh sunlight. His office was a study in nautical efficiency, every chart, ledger, and tool in its designated place, the small space smelling pleasantly of pipe tobacco, and the beeswax used to polish the rich mahogany of his desk. "Mr. Holmes," Hawkins greeted them with a firm handshake. "An honour to meet you, sir. I've read Dr. Watson's accounts of your cases with great interest. Never thought our little Whitby would require your talents, but these past weeks have been unsettling, to say the least." Holmes introduced Van Helsing, explaining simply that the professor was a medical specialist with expertise relevant to their investigation. If Hawkins found the addition of a Dutch academic to their party unusual, he gave no sign of it, merely extending the same courteous welcome he had offered to Holmes and Watson. "I understand you wish to examine what remains of the Demeter," Hawkins said, reaching for his coat. "Not much left to see, I'm afraid." The storm that brought her in did a fair job of breaking her apart, and the tides have scattered much of the wreckage. but I've had my lads gather what survived intact in a warehouse near the East Pier. The walk to the warehouse took them along Whitby's bustling waterfront. Fishing boats bobbed at their moorings, crews busy mending nets or preparing for the evening's catch. The air was thick with the mingled scents of salt, fish and tar, while gulls wheeled overhead, their harsh cries echoing against the stone buildings that lined the harbour. Van Helsing walked slightly apart from them, his gaze frequently turning toward the eastern cliff where the abbey ruins stood sentinel over the town. Several times, Watson caught the professor making small, unconscious gestures that resembled abbreviated signs of the cross whenever certain buildings or alleyways came into view. "Your Professor Van Helsing seems rather on edge," Watson murmured to Holmes as they followed Hawkins. "One might almost think he expects to be attacked in broad daylight." Holmes nodded slightly, his voice equally low. "Our Dutch friend is a study in contradictions, wouldn't you say? He presents himself as a man of science, yet falls back on religious gestures when unsettled. Most interesting." "Do you believe his claims about Seekerley?" Watson asked. "The vampire theory seems rather fantastic, even considering the unusual nature of these deaths." "I believe in evidence, Watson," Holmes replied simply. "Thus far, the professor's theory remains just that, a theory. Though I will say this for him, he appears genuinely convinced of what he's saying. Whether that conviction stems from genuine knowledge or some form of specialized delusion remains to be seen. The warehouse was a cavernous structure of weathered wood and corrugated iron, its interior dim despite the tall windows set high in the walls. The air inside was cool and damp, heavy with the scents of seawater, mildew, and creosote. At one end of the open space lay the gathered remains of what had once been the Russian ship Demeter. Splintered timbers, torn sails, coils of rope, and various maritime implements, all bearing the marks of violent destruction. "Not much to work with, as you can see," Hawkins said apologetically, gesturing toward the wreckage. "The hull's in pieces, scattered half a mile down the coast. This is mainly from the cabin and deck structures, the parts that floated rather than sank." Holmes moved immediately to the collection, his keen eyes scanning the debris with methodical attention. "The captain's cabin?" he inquired. Hawkins pointed to a relatively intact section of wood panelling with a shattered window frame still attached. "What's left of it? That's where we found the logbook, though the water had already damaged many of the pages." "The logbook," Holmes repeated. "I'd very much like to examine it if possible." "Of course," Hawkins agreed readily. "It's back at my office for safekeeping. I can show it to you afterward." As Holmes continued his examination of the wreckage, Van Helsing approached a large splintered section that appeared to have come from below decks. The professor ran his gloved hands over the rough wood, his expression one of intense concentration. Suddenly he stepped back, a look of grim satisfaction crossing his features. "Mr. Holmes," he called softly. "I believe you might find this of interest." Holmes joined him, with Watson following close behind. Van Helsing pointed to a series of deep grooves in the wood, parallel scratches approximately 4 inches apart, cutting nearly half an inch into the solid oak. "Claw marks," Van Helsing said simply. Hawkins, who had overheard, gave a dismissive snort. "Damage from the rocks, more likely. Ship broke apart against the reef before washing into the harbour." "With respect, Captain," Van Helsing countered, "I have some experience with analysing patterns of damage. These grooves are too regular, too precise to be the result of random collision with rocks. They appear to have been made by something, or someone, attempting to break out of a confined space." Holmes knelt to examine the marks more closely, running his fingertips along the grooves with delicate precision. "The wood has splintered outward," he observed, suggesting force applied from within rather than without. "Interesting. And this," Van Helsing continued, moving to another section of wreckage that appeared to be part of a bulkhead. "Notice the patterns in the dust collected in these corners." Holmes examined the area indicated, then extracted his magnifying glass for a closer inspection. "Soil," he confirmed, "similar to what I found at the crime scenes." He scraped a small sample into another of his glass vials. "Captain Hawkins, you mentioned the ship's cargo manifest listed 50 boxes of soil. Did your men discover any such containers among the wreckage?" The harbour master shook his head. "Not one, Mr. Holmes." which struck me as passing strange at the time. Heavy wooden crates shouldn't have simply vanished, even in a wreck like this. We assume they must have broken up and the contents washed away with the tide. "All 50 crates?" Holmes inquired, his tone making it clear he found this explanation unlikely. Hawkins shifted uncomfortably. "Well, it was a violent storm, sir. And the currents along this coast can be tricky." Van Helsing had moved to a different section of debris, the splintered remains of what might have been a hatch cover. "Mr. Holmes," he called again, his voice now carrying a note of urgency. "Look at these markings." Carved into the wood, weathered but still legible, were a series of symbols that Watson recognised as Cyrillic characters, though he could not read them. Below these was a cruder marking, a simple cross, deeply etched into the grain. "A sailor's attempt at protection," Van Helsing explained, noting Watson's puzzled expression. "When fear overtakes rational thought, men often turn to such symbols for comfort." "Can you translate the Russian text, Professor?" Holmes asked. Van Helsing nodded. "It says, 'God preserve us, for hell travels with us,' and below, more roughly carved, as if in haste, 'It is in the earth. It waits until dark.'" A momentary silence followed this translation, broken only by the distant cries of gulls and the creaking of the warehouse timbers as a gust of wind pressed against the exterior. Even the pragmatic Hawkins appeared briefly discomfited before clearing his throat roughly. "Superstitious lot, sailors," he remarked with forced heartiness. "Especially the foreign ones. Always seeing sea monsters and ghost ships when it's nothing more than bad weather and poor visibility." Holmes had continued his inspection while Van Helsing translated, moving methodically from one piece of wreckage to another. Now he straightened, brushing dust from his hands with a satisfied expression. "I believe we've gathered what information we can here, gentlemen. Captain Hawkins, shall we return to your office to examine that logbook?" The harbour master's office seemed even smaller and more cramped after the cavernous space of the warehouse. Hawkins retrieved Demeter's logbook from a locked cabinet, handling the water-damaged volume with surprising delicacy as he placed it on his desk. "I had to dry it out carefully," he explained. "Some pages are lost entirely, I'm afraid, and others are barely readable, but the last few entries are mostly intact. Wish they weren't, to be honest. Makes for unsettling reading." Holmes opened the book with great care, the binding creaking softly as he turned to the final pages. The handwriting visible on the yellowed paper began as a neat, disciplined script, but deteriorated markedly in the later entries, becoming increasingly erratic and finally almost frenzied in appearance. Holmes read in silence for several minutes, his expression betraying nothing of his thoughts, before looking up. "May I?" Van Helsing asked, extending his hand toward the logbook. Holmes passed it to him with a nod. "The captain's account seems to align with what Reverend Thornton described to us. The progressive disappearance of crew members, the growing sense of some malevolent presence aboard the ship, the increasing desperation in the final entries." Van Helsing's expression darkened as he read, his lips moving slightly as if in silent prayer. "This is a familiar pattern," he said finally, looking up from the weathered pages. "I have seen similar accounts from ships that carried certain cargo from the shores of Eastern Europe. 50 boxes of earth," Holmes mused. "An unusual cargo, wouldn't you say, Captain Hawkins?" the harbour master shrugged. "Not unheard of. Sometimes foreign soils are imported for botanical gardens or scientific study, though I'll grant you 50 crates seems excessive. And the destination of these crates?" Holmes inquired. "Was that specified in the manifest?" Hawkins consulted another ledger. According to this, they were bound for delivery to multiple addresses in London. The primary consignee was listed as one Seckerly, Carfax Abbey, Purfleet. Holmes and Van Helsing exchanged a significant glance at this revelation. Watson, catching the look, felt a chill of apprehension. The coincidence seemed too perfect. The mysterious foreign collector they had met that morning now linked directly to the ill-fated Demeter and its vanished cargo. Carfax Abbey, Van Helsing repeated softly. An ancient estate near London, isolated and falling into disrepair. The perfect sanctuary for one who seeks privacy and seclusion. "You're familiar with the property, Professor?" Holmes asked. Van Helsing hesitated before answering. by reputation only. It features in my research on historic properties with certain characteristics favourable to the conditions I study. Their examination of the logbook complete, the three men thanked Captain Hawkins for his assistance and took their leave. Outside, the afternoon sun had broken through the clouds, casting long shadows across Whitby's narrow streets as they made their way back toward the Harbourside Inn. Van Helsing walked with his collar turned up and hat brim pulled low, despite the improved weather, as if seeking to minimise his exposure to the sunlight. "What do you make of it, Holmes?" Watson asked as they walked. "The connection between Zekely and the Demeter seems significant. It certainly warrants further investigation," Holmes agreed, "though we must be careful not to leap to conclusions based on circumstantial evidence. The fact that Zekely was the intended recipient of cargo from the Demeter does not necessarily implicate him in the death that followed the ship's arrival." "With respect, Mr. Holmes," Van Helsing interjected, his voice low and intense, "the pattern is unmistakable to those familiar with it. The ship arrived under mysterious circumstances, the crew found dead or missing, the captain's log describing a growing terror aboard, the cargo of native soil vanished upon arrival. These are the hallmarks of a very specific type of incursion." Holmes regarded the professor thoughtfully. "You believe the 50 crates contained more than mere soil, then?" "The Earth was merely the vessel," Van Helsing replied. "A necessary element for one of his kind when travelling across running water, which they cannot cross without such precautions. The soil from his homeland provides protection, sustenance of a sort, a connection to the place of origin. Each crate would have been destined for a different location, creating multiple sanctuaries across London where he could rest safely during daylight hours." "A fascinating theory," Holmes observed, his tone neither accepting nor dismissing the professor's explanation, one that would be substantially strengthened by physical evidence, of course. "The evidence surrounds us, Mr. Holmes," Van Helsing said with sudden passion. 3 deaths, victims exsanguinated, the precise wounds, the ship's log, the vanished cargo, all pointing to a conclusion that you resist not. Because the facts are insufficient, but because they lead to a truth your rational mind is unwilling to accept. Holmes stopped walking, turning to face Van Helsing directly. For a moment, Watson feared his friend might take offence at the professor's challenging tone. Instead, Holmes smiled slightly, a gleam of intellectual appreciation in his eyes. "On the contrary, Professor, I resist no conclusion that is supported by observable evidence. I merely insist that extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. If these deaths are indeed the work of a vampire, as you suggest, then the physical evidence should reflect that reality, should it not?" Van Helsing seemed taken aback by Holmes's measured response. "Yes," he admitted, "it should. And I believe it does, if one knows how to interpret it correctly." "Then help me to see what you see," Holmes suggested, resuming their walk. "Educate me in the specific indicators that distinguish these deaths from those caused by more conventional means. As a man of science yourself, surely you appreciate the necessity of rigorous methodology." The subtle challenge in Holmes's words was clear, yet delivered with such diplomacy that Van Helsing could take no offence. The professor nodded slowly, a reluctant smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Well played, Mr. Holmes. Very well, I shall present my case methodically as befits a scientific inquiry. Tonight, if you are willing, I propose we conduct an experiment that may provide the proof you seek." "I look forward to it," Holmes replied cordially. "In the meantime, I suggest we return to the inn for a late luncheon. The investigation of supernatural matters, it seems, is no less taxing on the appetite than more mundane cases." The afternoon at the Harbourside Inn passed in scholarly discussion, as Van Helsing expounded upon his research into what he termed hematomania, a rare condition causing both physical and psychological changes in its victims, many of which aligned with vampire folklore. Holmes listened with evident fascination, occasionally interjecting with incisive questions that revealed his formidable intellect and wide-ranging knowledge, even on this esoteric subject. "The most distinctive feature of true hematomania," Van Helsing explained, "is the cellular transformation it induces. The afflicted develop an acute photosensitivity, extreme pallor, and alterations in dentition, specifically the elongation and sharpening of the canine teeth. A physiological adaptation to facilitate blood consumption, Watson observed. His medical interest peaked despite his skepticism. Precisely, Doctor. Van Helsing nodded approvingly. The condition also appears to alter the body's natural aging processes. In advanced cases, subjects may maintain their physical appearance for decades beyond normal human lifespans. And the aversion to religious symbols? Holmes inquired. How does your scientific framework account for that particular aspect of vampire lore? Van Helsing hesitated, seeming momentarily uncomfortable. That remains less clear from a purely biological perspective. I have observed the phenomenon consistently but cannot yet explain the mechanism. It appears to be a form of extreme psychological aversion, perhaps triggered by the cultural associations embedded in the afflicted individual's consciousness. Or perhaps, Holmes suggested with the faintest hint of amusement, it is evidence that your hematomania theory, while elegantly constructed, does not fully account for all aspects of the phenomenon you study. Before Van Helsing could respond to this gentle challenge, the inn's door opened to admit Reverend Thornton, looking harried and distressed. The clergyman made his way directly to their table, removing his hat to reveal hair dishevelled by the brisk wind outside. "Mr. Holmes, thank God you're here," Thornton said breathlessly. "There's been another death." The impact of this announcement was immediate. Holmes set down his pipe, his expression sharpening with alert interest. Watson straightened in his chair, professional instincts engaged. Van Helsing's face paled visibly, his fingers tightening around his glass. "When?" Holmes asked simply. "The body was discovered less than an hour ago," Thornton replied. "A young woman, Mary Homewood, was found in the churchyard of St. Mary's. The same conditions apply as with the previous victims." Holmes was already on his feet. "We should proceed there immediately. Reverend, would you be so kind as to lead the way?" St. Mary's churchyard, situated on the cliff not far from the abbey ruins, offered a commanding view of Whitby harbour and the town below. By the time they arrived, climbing the famous 199 steps that led from the town to the church, a small crowd had gathered despite the increasingly chill wind that blew in from the sea. Constable Perkins, Whitby's sole representative of law enforcement, was attempting to keep the onlookers at a respectful distance from the scene. The body lay partially concealed behind a weathered tombstone, a white sheet having been placed over it by the first responders. Dr. Mason knelt beside the covered form, his medical bag open on the ground next to him. He looked up as Holmes approached, recognition and relief washing over his tired features. "Mr. Holmes," the elderly physician greeted him. "I was hoping you'd come." Holmes nodded a greeting, then immediately focused on the scene before him. "May I?" he asked, gesturing toward the sheet. Dr. Mason nodded, carefully drawing back the covering to reveal the victim. Mary Homewood had been a young woman of perhaps 20, with fair hair that contrasted starkly against the unnatural pallor of her skin. Her eyes were closed, her features composed in an expression of eerie serenity. Were it not for the 2 small puncture wounds visible on her throat, she might indeed have appeared to be merely sleeping. Holmes knelt beside the body, his keen eyes taking in every detail. He examined the ground around the corpse, the position of the limbs, the state of the clothing, all with methodical precision. After several minutes of silent observation, he looked up at Dr. Mason. "The body was moved after death," he stated, rather than asked. "This is not where the young woman was killed." Dr. Mason blinked in surprise. "How could you possibly know that?" "The ground beneath the body is relatively dry, despite the rain we had this morning," Holmes explained. "Had she lain here during those showers, both she and the earth beneath would show signs of moisture. Additionally, there are no signs of struggle in the immediate vicinity, no disturbed grass or soil, no indication of resistance. And finally, the way the blood has settled in the extremities suggests she was positioned differently at the time of death." Van Helsing, who had been examining the puncture wounds with professional interest, nodded in agreement. The killer brought her here deliberately, arranging her in this peaceful posture, a display of sorts, or a message, Holmes added quietly. He turned to Reverend Thornton. "Was Miss Homewood known to you, Reverend?" The clergyman nodded, his face ashen. "She sang in the church choir." A lovely voice, gentle nature. She was to be married next month to a local fisherman, and her movements last evening, Holmes inquired. Was she seen by anyone after dark? She attended choir practice until 8 o'clock, Thornton replied. Several people saw her leaving the church afterwards. She lived, with her parents on Church Street, not 5 minutes' walk from here. When she didn't return home, they assumed she was visiting her fiancé's family, as she sometimes did. It wasn't until this morning that the alarm was raised. Holmes continued his examination of the scene, occasionally extracting his magnifying glass to study some detail more closely. After nearly 20 minutes of careful investigation, he straightened, brushing dirt from his knees. "Gentlemen," he announced, "I believe we have gathered what information this scene can provide. Dr. Mason, once you've completed your examination, I would appreciate your most detailed notes on the condition of the body, particularly any differences or similarities to the previous victims." As they made their way back down the 199 steps toward the town, Van Helsing walked close beside Holmes, speaking in a low, urgent tone. "You see now, Mr. Holmes. Another victim, the same distinctive wounds, the same extreme blood loss. How many more must die before you acknowledge what we are truly facing?" Holmes's expression remained thoughtful rather than dismissive. "I acknowledge that we are dealing with a killer of unusual methodology and specific patterns. Whether that killer is a human being suffering from the delusion that he is a vampire, or actually is the supernatural creature of folklore you describe, remains to be proven. The experiment I proposed earlier," Van Helsing pressed. "Will you participate tonight?" Holmes glanced at Watson before answering. "We will, Professor. Though I must insist that Dr. Watson and I maintain our objective perspective throughout. Whatever our personal beliefs regarding the supernatural, the investigation must proceed based on observable evidence rather than preconception." Van Helsing smiled thinly. "That is all I ask, Mr. Holmes. Observe with an open mind, and let the evidence speak for itself." As they reached the bottom of the steps, the eastern sky was already darkening with the approach of evening. Above them, the first stars had begun to appear in the deepening blue, while behind them, the ancient stones of St. Mary's Church and the neighbouring abbey ruins stood silhouetted against the fading light. "What exactly does this experiment entail, Professor?" Watson inquired as they made their way back toward the inn. "We will maintain a vigil tonight," Van Helsing replied, his voice grave. "From sunset until sunrise, we will watch for the creature as it hunts. I am certain. Preparations that may help us to detect its presence, and perhaps even to confront it safely." "And where do you suggest we conduct this vigil?" Holmes asked. Van Helsing's expression was grim but determined. "The churchyard where Miss Homewood was found. The creature often returns to the sites of previous attacks, drawn by some perverse fascination with its own handiwork. If we are vigilant, we may catch it in the act of selecting its next victim." As they turned onto the street leading to the Harbourside Inn, Watson found himself involuntarily scanning the lengthening shadows that gathered in doorways and alleys. The rational part of his mind insisted that they were pursuing a human killer, deranged perhaps, methodical certainly, but human nonetheless. Yet another part, a more primitive instinct that resided in the older structures of his brain, whispered that there were indeed things in this world beyond the scope of conventional explanation. He touched the silver crucifix in his pocket, a gesture that caught Holmes's attention. His friend raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his own thoughts concealed behind that inscrutable expression Watson knew so well. Whatever the night might bring, Watson was certain of one thing. Their investigation had entered a new and potentially dangerous phase, one that would test not only their courage but also the very foundations of their rational world-view. The Harbourside Inn's dining room had grown crowded as evening approached, filled with local fishermen, a handful of autumn tourists, and a few commercial travellers discussing business over plates of hearty food. Holmes, Watson, and Professor Van Helsing secured a corner table somewhat removed from the general bustle, where their conversation might proceed with a measure of privacy. As they waited for their meal to arrive, Holmes withdrew a small notebook from his pocket and began to make precise notations, his pen moving swiftly across the page. Watson recognised this as his friend's method of organising his thoughts, creating a systematic record of observations and potential connections that might otherwise remain elusive. "I'm cataloguing the anomalies in our investigation thus far," Holmes explained, noting Watson's interested glance. "The elements that align with Professor Van Helsing's theory, as well as those that might suggest alternative explanations." Van Helsing leaned forward slightly, his scholarly interest evident. "I would be most interested to hear your analysis, Mr. Holmes. What strikes you as particularly significant?" Holmes glanced up from his notebook. Several factors warrant attention. The puncture wounds on each victim's throat are remarkably consistent in size, depth, and spacing, suggesting either a mechanical device or extraordinary precision on the part of our culprit. The extreme blood loss without corresponding evidence at the scene indicates the blood was collected rather than merely spilled. The timing of the attacks, all occurring after dark with bodies discovered at dawn, establishes a clear pattern. "All consistent with vampirism," Van Helsing noted with grim satisfaction. "Or with a killer who wishes his crimes to be attributed to a vampire," Holmes countered smoothly. "We must not discount the possibility of deliberate misdirection." Their food arrived, a hearty lamb stew for Holmes and Watson, while Van Helsing had requested only bread, cheese, and a glass of red wine. Watson could not help but notice that the professor ate sparingly, seeming more interested in their conversation than in his meal. "There is another anomaly worth considering," Holmes continued after the serving girl had departed. "The victims thus far have no obvious connection to one another: a ship captain, a dock worker, two young women from different social circles. This suggests either random selection or a criteria for choosing victims that isn't immediately apparent to outside observers." "The vampire selects based on opportunity and suitability," Van Helsing offered. "Those who are alone after dark, those whose disappearance might not be immediately noted, those whose blood calls to him in some primal way we don't fully understand." Watson frowned thoughtfully. "If we're dealing with a human killer rather than a supernatural creature, the random nature of the victims makes it difficult to establish a motive. Most murderers kill for clear reasons: passion, profit, revenge. What would drive someone to commit these particular crimes in this particular manner?" "An excellent question, Watson," Holmes nodded approvingly. "Which brings us to the most significant anomaly of all, the arrival of Mr. Zeekerley coinciding with both the Demeter's appearance during the storm and the subsequent deaths. A coincidence, perhaps, but one that stretches credulity." Van Helsing's expression darkened at the mention of Zeekerley's name. "It is no coincidence, Mr. Holmes. The pattern is one I've observed across Europe. A mysterious ship arrives at a port city carrying 50 crates of soil from the Carpathian region. Shortly thereafter, a distinguished foreign gentleman appears, establishing himself as a person of culture and education. Then the deaths begin, always following the same method, always with the same results." "You suggest Zeekerley has done this before?" Watson asked, his scepticism mingling with growing unease. "Many times, over many years," Van Helsing confirmed solemnly, "though not always under that name. He adopts different identities, but his nature remains unchanged. He is a predator, gentlemen, one who has refined his hunting methods over centuries." Holmes had been listening intently, his keen eyes studying Van Helsing's face with the same analytical precision he applied to all subjects of interest. "You speak of this individual with remarkable specificity, Professor, almost as if you have personal knowledge of him, rather than merely academic." A shadow seemed to pass across Van Helsing's features. "My knowledge is both academic and personal, Mr. Holmes. I have tracked this particular creature for nearly a decade, ever since he murdered someone close to me." This revelation hung in the air between them, lending a new dimension to the Professor's intense commitment to their investigation. Before Holmes could pursue this line of inquiry further, the inn's door opened to admit Reverend Thornton, accompanied by a tall, distinguished man whom Watson recognised as the local magistrate, Sir Henry Gresham. Thornton spotted them immediately and led his companion to their table. "Mr. Holmes, forgive the interruption," the clergyman said, his manner betraying a nervous energy. "Sir Henry wished to speak with you regarding the recent tragedies." Holmes rose politely, extending his hand to the magistrate. "Sir Henry, a pleasure. Please, join us if you wish." Gresham was a man in his 60s, with the weathered complexion of one who spent considerable time outdoors despite his elevated social standing. His handshake was firm, his gaze direct and assessing as he took the seat offered to him. "Mr. Holmes, your reputation precedes you," Gresham began, his cultured voice carrying the distinctive cadences of Yorkshire gentry. "I understand from Reverend Thornton that you're investigating these unfortunate deaths. I must say, I'm relieved to have someone of your calibre involved. Our local constabulary is quite out of its depth." "We're in the preliminary stages of our inquiry," Holmes replied diplomatically. "Through certain patterns have already emerged that may help direct our investigation. May I ask if you had any personal acquaintance with the victims?" Gresham nodded gravely. "I knew them all, to varying degrees. That's the nature of a small community like Whitby. Our lives intersect in countless ways. Captain Rogers served as a navigation instructor for my yacht club. Michael Ashton occasionally worked on my estate during the off-season for fishing. Miss Barrymore was a guest at dinner I hosted just days before her death. And poor Mary Homewood. Her father has managed my stables for nearly 20 years. "All connected to you," Holmes observed, his tone neutral but his interest clearly piqued. "An interesting commonality I hadn't previously identified." Gresham's eyebrows rose slightly. "I hadn't considered that aspect, Mr. Holmes. You believe it might be significant?" "Every connection is worth noting at this stage," Holmes replied, "though it may be merely coincidental given your prominent position in the community." The conversation continued, with Gresham offering whatever assistance he might provide to their investigation. Throughout their discussion, Watson noticed Van Helsing studying the magistrate with unusual intensity, his expression thoughtful but guarded. When Gresham eventually took his leave, promising to send over any relevant documents from his personal records that might assist them, Van Helsing leaned across the table to speak quietly. "There is something else connecting those victims," he murmured. "All were healthy, vigorous individuals, the kind whose blood would be particularly rich and sustaining." Holmes arched an eyebrow. "An observation that could be interpreted in multiple ways, Professor. A human killer selecting victims for their physical vitality might have entirely different motivations than your supernatural explanation suggests." Before Van Helsing could respond, the inn's door opened once more, admitting a gust of chill evening air and a figure who immediately drew the attention of every person in the room. Mr. Alexander Seekley, impeccably attired in evening clothes, his commanding presence causing a momentary hush in conversations as he entered. Seekley's gaze swept the room with casual authority before settling on their table. With the grace of a natural aristocrat, he made his way toward them, acknowledging the respectful nods of several patrons as he passed. "Gentlemen," he greeted them with that same rich baritone Watson had noted during their earlier meeting. "What a pleasant coincidence. I had intended to call upon you later this evening, but finding you here saves me the trouble." His dark eyes moved from Holmes to Van Helsing, lingering for a moment on the professor with an expression Watson found difficult to interpret, something between amusement and challenge. Holmes rose slightly in polite acknowledgement. "Mr. Seekley, would you care to join us?" "Thank you, but I've already dined," Seekley replied with a small smile. "I merely wish to extend an invitation. I'm hosting a small gathering at my residence tomorrow evening. Nothing elaborate, just a few local dignitaries and interesting visitors such as yourselves. I would be honoured if you would attend." "Most kind," Holmes responded. "We would be delighted, wouldn't we, Watson, Professor?" Watson nodded his agreement, while Van Helsing's acceptance came after a barely perceptible hesitation. "It would be my pleasure," the Professor said, though his tone suggested something quite different from his words. "Excellent," Seekley smiled, revealing teeth of perfect whiteness. 8 o'clock, then, at the Crescent. Now, I must not disturb your meal further." He turned to go, then paused, as if struck by an afterthought. "I understand there has been another unfortunate death in the town. Most distressing. I do hope your investigation bears fruit, Mr. Holmes." After Seekley's departure, Van Helsing's expression was grave. "He's studying you, Mr. Holmes, assessing your capabilities, your methods. This invitation is not social, it's strategic." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest rather than concern. Then we shall accept his strategic gambit and see where it leads. Sometimes the best way to understand an opponent is to engage with them directly. As they finished their meal, Holmes outlined his plans for the evening's experiment proposed by Van Helsing. They would position themselves in St. Mary's churchyard after midnight, concealed among the ancient tombstones, to watch for any unusual activity. Van Helsing had his own preparations to make and excused himself, agreeing to meet them later at the appointed location. "What do you make of our Dutch Professor Holmes?" Watson asked once they were alone. "His conviction regarding Seekley and this vampire theory seems unshakable." Holmes lit his pipe, the familiar ritual bringing a moment of contemplative calm. "Van Helsing is an enigma, Watson. His knowledge of medicine and folklore is undeniably extensive, yet there are inconsistencies in his presentation that trouble me." "Inconsistencies?" Watson prompted. "Small details that don't quite align," Holmes elaborated. "His claimed timeline of travel from Amsterdam is impossibly compressed. His Dutch accent occasionally slips, revealing undertones of something older, less identifiable. He quotes medical texts with slight inaccuracies that a true scholar of his standing would not make." Watson felt a chill of apprehension. "You suspect he's not who he claims to be?" "I reserve judgment until I have more data," Holmes replied carefully. "But I find it curious that he appeared so suddenly, with a telegram that Reverend Thornton denies sending, precisely as our investigation was beginning. And his focus on Seekley has an intensity that suggests personal vendetta rather than scientific inquiry." They spent the next several hours in their rooms, Holmes reviewing his notes while Watson wrote a preliminary account of their investigation thus far. Shortly before midnight, they donned warm coats against the chill night air and made their way towards St. Mary's Church, climbing the 199 steps in silence, each lost in his own thoughts about what the night might bring. The churchyard was eerily beautiful under the light of the waxing moon, which had emerged from behind scattered clouds to cast a silvery illumination over the weathered tombstones. The ancient markers threw long shadows across the uneven ground, creating a landscape of light and darkness that seemed to shift subtly as the clouds occasionally obscured the moon. Van Helsing was waiting for them as arranged, his figure barely visible in the shadow of a large stone crypt. As they approached, Watson noticed that the professor had come prepared. A leather satchel lay open at his feet, revealing several items that gleamed dully in the moonlight. "Gentlemen," Van Helsing greeted them in a hushed voice, "you are punctual. Good. We have much to prepare before the hour grows later." From his satchel, the professor extracted 3 silver crucifixes similar to those Reverend Thornton had given them, but larger and more ornate. "These were blessed by the Archbishop of Canterbury himself," Van Helsing explained, handing one each to Holmes and Watson. "A powerful deterrent, should we encounter what I believe we will." Holmes accepted the item with polite neutrality, examining it briefly before placing it in his coat pocket, rather than wearing it around his neck as Van Helsing clearly intended. Watson, after a moment's hesitation, followed his friend's example. Next came small vials of clear liquid. "Holy water," Van Helsing said, "from the River Jordan. Its effect on the undead is caustic, like acid on human flesh." "Most intriguing," Holmes remarked, studying the vial with scientific interest. "And do you have a theory as to the chemical property that creates this reaction?" Van Helsing looked momentarily taken aback by the question. "It is not chemistry, Mr. Holmes. It is the blessing that imbues the water with power against unnatural creatures." "I see," Holmes replied noncommittally. "And these?" He gestured to several wooden implements that resembled stakes, their tips sharpened to fine points. "A last resort," Van Helsing said grimly. "Should we corner the creature, the only permanent solution is to pierce its heart with a stake of ashwood, sever its head, and fill its mouth with garlic. Though I hope tonight will be merely observation rather than confrontation." The professor proceeded to outline his plan. They would position themselves at various points around the churchyard, maintaining visual contact with each other while watching for any unusual movement or activity. If any of them spotted something suspicious, they were to signal the others with a small electric torch Van Helsing provided to each of them. "We maintain absolute silence," he instructed. "These creatures have preternaturally acute hearing, and under no circumstances should anyone leave their position alone, no matter what you see or hear. The vampire is cunning and may use illusion or misdirection to isolate potential victims. With these somewhat unsettling instructions, they took up their designated positions. Holmes behind a large family crypt near the church wall, Watson among a cluster of tombstones with a clear view of the path leading up from the town, and Van Helsing positioned closer to where Mary Homewood's body had been discovered that morning. The night deepened around them as the hours passed. The temperature dropped steadily, and Watson found himself grateful for the heavy coat he had worn. Occasional sounds broke the silence. The distant crash of waves against the harbour wall far below, the mournful cry of an owl hunting across the moors, the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze, yet nothing that suggested the presence of either supernatural predator or human murderer. Watson's mind began to wander as the vigil stretched on. He found himself questioning the wisdom of this exercise. What were they really expecting to find? If the killer were human, surely they would not return so soon to the scene of their most recent crime, knowing that the authorities would be watching. And if Van Helsing's vampire theory were true... Watson shook his head slightly, unwilling to fully entertain the implications of that possibility. A movement caught his eye, not from the churchyard itself, but from the direction of the abbey ruins that stood adjacent to the church. A figure, tall and cloaked, moved with unusual fluidity among the broken arches, pausing occasionally as if surveying the surroundings. Watson's heart rate increased, his hand moving to the small electric torch in his pocket. But before he could signal his companions, the figure was gone, vanishing among the shadows of the ancient stonework. Had he imagined it? The moonlight playing tricks on his tired eyes. Watson strained to see into the darkness surrounding the abbey ruins, but could discern nothing unusual. He glanced toward Holmes's position, only to be startled by the realization that his friend was no longer visible behind the crypt where he had stationed himself. A moment of genuine alarm coursed through Watson. Had Holmes moved to investigate something without signalling, or had something happened to him? Watson was about to abandon his own position to check when he caught sight of Holmes emerging from behind a different tomb several yards from his original location. His friend was moving slowly, deliberately, clearly tracking something that Watson himself could not see. Watson turned his attention to Van Helsing's position, only to find that the Professor too had shifted location, now crouched behind a weathered angel statue, his posture tense and alert. Whatever Holmes was following, Van Helsing had apparently also detected. A soft sound reached Watson's ears, the faintest scrape of stone against stone coming from somewhere behind him. He turned slowly, careful not to make sudden movements that might betray his presence. In the shadow of the church wall, perhaps 20 yards from where he stood, Watson perceived a disturbance, a darkness that seemed deeper than the surrounding shadows, moving with deliberate purpose along the perimeter of the churchyard. Watson's fingers closed around the electric torch, prepared to signal his companions. Before he could do so, however, the church bell began to toll the hour, 3 deep, resonant chimes that shattered the silence of the night. The sound seemed to startle whatever presence moved in the shadows, for when Watson looked again, the peculiar darkness had vanished. The bell's reverberations faded, leaving the churchyard once more wrapped in silence. Watson saw Holmes straighten from his crouched position, looking toward him with a slight shrug that suggested his quarry had eluded him. Van Helsing too emerged from his hiding place, his expression one of frustrated anticipation. They regrouped near the church door, speaking in hushed tones despite the apparent departure of whatever had drawn their attention. "You saw it?" Van Helsing asked eagerly. "The shape moving among the graves?" Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "I observed something unusual, certainly, though in this light and at such distance, identification would be premature. It was testing our defences," Van Helsing asserted, "learning our positions, assessing our vigilance. It will not approach directly while we are prepared and alert. Or perhaps," Holmes suggested mildly, "what we observed was simply a local resident taking a shortcut through the churchyard, who wisely chose to retreat when they realised they were not alone." Van Helsing shook his head dismissively. The movement was too fluid, too purposeful, And did you note how it kept to the deepest shadows? How did it seem to vanish rather than merely walk away? These are the hallmarks of the hunting vampire. Holmes made no argument, merely extracting his pipe and tobacco pouch from his pocket. The hour grows late, gentlemen, or rather early. I suggest we continue our vigil until dawn. If our mysterious visitor returns, we shall be ready. If not, we will at least have eliminated one possibility from our investigation. They resumed their positions, though Watson noticed that Holmes had chosen a new vantage point that offered a clearer view of the Abbey ruins. The remaining hours passed without further incident, the eastern sky gradually lightening as dawn approached. Birds began their morning chorus as the first pale glow of sunrise touched the horizon, and with it came a sense of relief that Watson had not realized he needed until that moment. As they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart, Holmes stood for a moment gazing out over the harbour below, now visible in the growing light. The fishing boats were already putting out to sea, tiny figures moving on their decks as the day's work began. "What do you make of our nocturnal visitor, Holmes?" Watson asked quietly. Holmes's expression remained thoughtful. "Inconclusive, Watson. We observed movement, certainly, but under conditions that prevented positive identification. It could have been our killer returning to the scene. It could have been an innocent villager, or it could have been our imaginations heightened by the suggestive atmosphere and Professor Van Helsing's rather vivid descriptions of what we might encounter. You don't believe it was Seekerly, then? Or whatever Van Helsing believes him to be?" Holmes glanced toward the Professor, who was repacking his satchel several yards away. "I remain open to all possibilities, Watson, including the possibility that our good Professor knows more than he has thus far revealed about these deaths, and the man he so intensely suspects." The morning following their churchyard vigil dawned grey and misty, the kind of day when the boundary between sea and sky becomes indistinguishable, creating the illusion that Whitby existed in a world of infinite greyness. Holmes was already dressed and working at the small writing desk in his room, when Watson knocked on his door shortly after 8 o'clock. "Enter, Watson," Holmes called, not looking up from the telegram form he was completing with his precise handwriting. Watson found his friend surrounded by neatly arranged papers, newspaper clippings, notes from their investigation, and several sketches Holmes had made of the crime scenes. The methodical organisation reflected Holmes's mental processes, creating order from chaos, identifying patterns where others saw only random events. "You've been busy this morning," Watson observed, settling into the room's only armchair. "May I ask what captured your attention so thoroughly?" Holmes finished writing before answering, sanding the ink carefully before folding the telegram. "I'm pursuing a parallel line of inquiry, Watson, one that I believe may prove illuminating." He held up the telegram. "This is addressed to the University of Amsterdam, requesting confirmation of Professor Van Helsing's position and credentials." Watson's eyebrows rose in surprise. "You doubt his identity? After all he's shared about his research." "I neither doubt nor accept without verification," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Consider the circumstances of his arrival, appearing suddenly in response to a telegram the Reverend denies sending, possessing detailed knowledge of our investigation before being briefed, and displaying an intense fixation on Seekerly that goes beyond professional interest. You suspect some form of deception?" Holmes leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in that familiar gesture of contemplation. "I suspect complexity, Watson. The Professor's knowledge of vampire lore is undeniably extensive, yet there are inconsistencies in his presentation that warrant closer examination, such as his claimed timeline for travelling from Amsterdam is compressed beyond reasonable possibility. The most expeditious journey would require at least 3 days, yet he arrived barely 2 days after the telegram was supposedly sent." Holmes reached for another sheet of paper. Additionally, yesterday he quoted from Versau's Cellular Pathology regarding blood disorders, but the quotation was incorrect in several key details, an unlikely error for a medical scholar of his purported standing. Watson frowned thoughtfully. Perhaps he was simply paraphrasing from memory. Perhaps, Holmes conceded. But there are other discrepancies. His Dutch accent occasionally slips, revealing undertones of an older Eastern European cadence. He claims intimate familiarity with Amsterdam's university district, yet when I mentioned Greenberg Wall Street, which does not exist, He nodded in recognition and recalled a bookshop there. "Good Lord," Watson murmured, the implications beginning to dawn on him. "You think he's an imposter, but to what purpose?" Holmes rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the mist-shrouded harbour below. "That remains to be determined. I have another telegram here addressed to the Dutch Medical Society, seeking information on whether they have a member matching our professor's description." He turned back to Watson. "While we await responses, I suggest we proceed with our investigation as planned, including accepting Shikeli's invitation for this evening. And Van Helsing, we shall continue to work with the professor while maintaining a certain healthy skepticism regarding his assertions." Holmes's expression was thoughtful. There is valuable information to be gleaned from him, regardless of his true identity. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. A young maid from the inn entered at Holmes's invitation, carrying a silver tray with a folded note. "Begging your pardon, sir, but this just arrived for you," she said, curtsying slightly as she presented the tray to Holmes. Holmes thanked her and unfolded the message, his eyes scanning the brief contents. "It seems Reverend Thornton has arranged for us to examine the personal effects of the most recent victim, Mary Homewood. Her parents have agreed to speak with us as well," Watson nodded grimly. "A difficult but necessary conversation." "Indeed. And afterward, I have a small errand I'd like you to undertake while I pursue another line of investigation." Holmes reached for his coat. "But first, these telegrams must be dispatched. Would you be good enough to accompany me to the post office, Watson? I find the morning air often helps clarify one's thoughts." The Whitby post office was a modest building near the harbour, already busy with the day's commerce when they arrived. Holmes handed over his telegrams along with the necessary payment, then suggested they take a circuitous route back to the inn, allowing them to pass by the Crescent where Seckerly had taken residence. The Crescent proved to be a graceful Georgian terrace overlooking the harbour from the west cliff, an elegant address that spoke of Shikeli's apparent wealth and taste. As they walked past, Holmes slowed his pace, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the building's exterior. "The third floor, Watson," he murmured. "Note the windows, heavy drapes drawn despite the hour, yet a faint light visible at the edges. Our Mr. Shikely appears to prefer artificial illumination to daylight. Consistent with Van Helsing's description of vampire photosensitivity," Watson observed. "Or consistent with a night owl who has not yet adapted his habits to his new surroundings," Holmes countered. "Let us not leap to supernatural conclusions when mundane explanations might suffice." They continued their walk, Holmes occasionally pausing to engage in brief conversations with local residents. A fishmonger arranging his morning display, an elderly woman sweeping the steps of her shop, a postal worker making his rounds. To casual observers, these exchanges might have seemed like mere pleasantries, but Watson recognised his friend's technique, gathering information in seemingly innocuous ways, building a composite picture of the community and its rhythms. As they approached the harbour steps where Captain Roger's body had been discovered, Holmes paused, his gaze fixed on a small fishing boat just pulling up to the quay. The vessel's lone occupant, a weather-beaten man of perhaps 60, was securing his craft with practised efficiency. "Ah, excellent timing," Holmes remarked. "That, unless I miss my guess, is old Tom Bartley, a fixture on these waters for over 40 years, according to the harbour-master's clerk. Let's have a word, shall we?" The fisherman looked up with mild surprise as they approached, his gnarled hands continuing their work with the mooring ropes. "Morning, gentlemen," he greeted them cautiously. "Something I can help you with?" Holmes introduced himself and Watson, then proceeded with his inquiry. "Mr. Bartley, I understand you're something of an authority on Whitby's maritime history. I wonder if you might share your observations regarding the Russian ship Demeter that arrived during the recent storm." Bartley's weathered face grew serious, his hands momentarily stilling. "That cursed vessel? Aye, I saw her come in. A sight I won't soon forget, Mr. Holmes, and that's God's truth. You witnessed the ship's arrival personally?" Holmes pressed gently. The old fisherman nodded, resuming his work with the ropes as he spoke. "Was out in the bay when the storm hit. Foolishness on my part, but I've weathered worse in my time. Was making for harbour when I saw her, emerging from the fog like a ghost ship from the old tales. He shook his head slowly. No lights showing, no crew visible on deck, yet somehow navigating the channel in conditions that would challenge the most skilled captain with a full crew at his disposal. Most unusual, Holmes agreed. And did you observe anything else noteworthy about the vessel? Bartley hesitated, glancing around as if concerned about being overheard, though the driving mist had created a natural barrier of privacy around their conversation. There was something moving on that ship, Mr. Holmes. Not on the deck, mind you, but along the hull, a dark shape, like a man but not a man, climbing the side as if the vertical surface were a level path. I've been on these waters since I was a boy, seen all manner of strange things that the sea can offer, but never anything like that. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning mist. Holmes, however, remained impassive, his expression betraying nothing of his thoughts. "Thank you, Mr. Bartley," Holmes said, pressing a coin into the fisherman's palm. "Your observations are most helpful. If you recall any other details, however insignificant they might seem, please send word to me at the Harbourside Inn." As they walked away, Watson couldn't contain his reaction. Good heavens, Holmes. What he described, a figure scaling the vertical hull of a ship, that's not humanly possible. Under normal circumstances, no, Holmes agreed. But consider alternative explanations before embracing the supernatural. A rope hanging over the side that wasn't visible in the storm and fog. A trick of light and shadow creating the illusion of movement where none existed. The distortion of perception that often accompanies extreme weather conditions. You think the man was mistaken, then? Holmes's expression remained thoughtful. I think he reported what he believed he saw. Whether his perception accurately reflected reality is another matter entirely. The human mind, especially under stress, is remarkably adept at filling in gaps or creating narrative from fragmentary observations. They continued toward the Holmwood residence, a modest but well-maintained cottage on Church Street. The interview with Mary's grieving parents was brief and sombre, yielding few new insights beyond confirming that the young woman had no known enemies and had been in excellent spirits before her death. Her personal effects, examined with permission and the greatest respect, revealed nothing suspicious, merely the ordinary possessions of a young woman looking forward to her coming marriage. After expressing their condolences and assuring the Holmwoods that everything possible was being done to identify their daughter's killer, Holmes and Watson took their leave. Once outside, Holmes outlined the next steps in their investigation. "I'd like you to visit Dr. Mason Watson. Your medical expertise may elicit details from his examination of the victims that a layman might not think to inquire about. Pay particular attention to any unusual aspects of the wounds, inconsistencies in the puncture patterns, the presence of any foreign substance in or around the injuries, precise estimates of blood loss." "And where will you be?" Watson asked. "I have an appointment with the manager of the Crescent," Holmes replied. "I'm curious about Mr. Seekley's domestic arrangements, particularly regarding his servant or servants. In my experience, household staff often observe details their employers would prefer to remain private." They parted at the corner of Church Street, agreeing to meet back at the Harbourside Inn in 3 hours' time. Watson found Dr. Mason in his small surgery near the Market Square, just finishing with a patient. The elderly physician welcomed him warmly, clearly pleased to consult with another medical man about the perplexing deaths. "I've been practicing medicine in Whitby for over 40 years, Dr. Watson," Mason confided, as he led the way to his office, "and never encountered anything like these cases. The complete exsanguination without corresponding blood at the scene defies conventional explanation." Watson nodded sympathetically. "I am particularly interested in the wounds themselves, Doctor. In your examination, did you note any peculiarities beyond what you've already shared with us?" Mason removed his spectacles, polishing them thoughtfully before responding. "There was one detail I hesitated to mention in mixed company. The puncture wounds themselves were unusual, not just in their precision, but in their edges. Under magnification, the tissue around the punctures showed a curious pattern of damage, almost as if the wounds had been cauterized at the moment of infliction." "Cauterized," Watson repeated, his medical interest thoroughly engaged. "That would suggest high heat, yet there were no burn marks visible to the naked eye." "Precisely," Mason confirmed. It was as if the blood vessels had been sealed somehow during the extraction process. I've never seen anything like it in all my years of practice. This new information occupied Watson's thoughts as he made his way back toward the Harbourside Inn later that afternoon. The medical implications were fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. What kind of instrument could create such precise wounds while simultaneously sealing blood vessels? It suggested a level of technological sophistication beyond anything he was familiar with, or perhaps a natural mechanism that science had not yet identified. Holmes was waiting in their shared sitting room when Watson returned, his expression animated with the particular energy that always accompanied progress in an investigation. Before Watson could share his findings, Holmes gestured to a telegram that had arrived during his absence. From Amsterdam, Holmes explained. The university confirms that they do indeed have a Professor Abraham Van Helsing on their faculty, a respected authority on rare blood disorders and folkloric medicine. However, he continued, his eyes gleaming, they also report that the professor has not been seen on campus for nearly 3 weeks, having requested a leave of absence for personal research. His colleagues expressed some concern about his failure to communicate since his departure. Watson sank into a chair, absorbing the implications of this information. So Van Helsing is real, but whether our Van Helsing is the genuine article remains uncertain. Holmes finished for him. The timing is suspicious, to say the least. If the real professor disappeared 3 weeks ago, shortly before Demeter's arrival... Good Lord, Holmes, Watson breathed. Are you suggesting that Seekley might have done something to the real Van Helsing, and that our professor is an impostor? Holmes's expression was grave. It's one possibility we must consider, though there are others equally disturbing. He rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the harbour where lights were beginning to appear as dusk approached. My inquiries at the Crescent revealed that Mr. Seekley employs no regular staff, only a mysterious manservant who is never seen during daylight hours. The cleaning and cooking are handled by a local woman who comes only during the day, and who has strict instructions never to enter certain rooms. The pattern continues to align with Van Helsing's vampire theory, Watson observed. Yes, Holmes agreed thoughtfully. A little too perfectly, perhaps. Almost as if someone were deliberately constructing a scenario designed to evoke supernatural explanations. He turned back from the window, his expression resolute. Tonight's gathering at Seekley's residence should prove most illuminating, Watson. I suggest we prepare ourselves for what may be a pivotal moment in our investigation. As Watson rose to ready himself for the evening ahead, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that they were being drawn deeper into a web of deception, where nothing and no one was quite what they appeared to be. Holmes seemed to sense his disquiet, for he paused at the door to their sitting room, his expression softening momentarily. Courage, my friend, he said quietly. Whatever we may face this evening, we face it together, armed with our greatest weapons, reason, observation, and an unwavering commitment to truth. No darkness, supernatural or otherwise, can ultimately prevail against those. With those words of reassurance, Holmes departed to make his own preparations, leaving Watson to contemplate the increasingly Byzantine complexity of their Whitby investigation, and to wonder what revelations awaited them at the residence of the enigmatic Mr. Seekley. The evening fog had descended upon Whitby like a shroud by the time Holmes and Watson prepared to depart for Seekley's residence. From their window at the Harbourside Inn, the gas lamps along the harbour appeared as diffuse halos of amber light, their illumination barely penetrating the mist that seemed to absorb and mute all sound and colour. A fitting atmosphere for our engagement this evening, Holmes remarked, as he adjusted his immaculate evening attire. One might almost believe Whitby itself conspires to create the perfect Gothic backdrop for our little drama. Watson, similarly attired in his best suit, checked his pocket watch. Should we wait for Professor Van Helsing? He was meant to join us 15 minutes ago. The professor appears to have been delayed, Holmes replied, a note of subtle significance in his tone. However, we mustn't keep our host waiting. I've left word at the front desk regarding our destination, should Van Helsing arrive later. They descended to find a hired carriage waiting outside the inn, the driver huddled beneath a thick woolen cloak against the evening chill. The journey to the Crescent took them through Whitby's winding streets, the carriage wheels occasionally splashing through puddles left by the afternoon's light rain. Few people ventured out on such a night. Those who did hurried along with collars turned up and heads bowed against the pervasive dampness. The Crescent, when they arrived, presented a stark contrast to the gloom outside. Every window of Sheikley's residence blazed with light, creating an impression of warmth and welcome that seemed almost deliberately calculated to dispel the foreboding atmosphere of the foggy evening. A footman in formal livery greeted them at the door, relieving them of their coats and hats before ushering them into an opulent entrance hall. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson, the footman announced as they entered a spacious drawing-room where several guests had already assembled. Alexander Zekley moved forward to greet them, the very picture of aristocratic elegance in his perfectly tailored evening clothes. "Gentlemen, welcome to my humble temporary abode," he said, his deep voice carrying that same hint of Eastern European accent Watson had noted during their previous encounters. "I'm delighted you could join us." Holmes clasped their host's extended hand with a cordial smile. "The pleasure is ours, Mr. Seekerley, though I fear Professor Van Helsing has been unavoidably delayed. He sends his regrets and hopes to join us later if circumstances permit." Something flickered briefly in Seekley's dark eyes, satisfaction, perhaps, or amusement, before his expression returned to one of polite hospitality. How unfortunate! The Professor's expertise on European folklore would have made a fascinating addition to our conversation this evening. Still, we shall endeavour to entertain ourselves in his absence. Zekley proceeded to introduce them to the other guests: Sir Henry Gresham, the magistrate they had met previously; Lady Gresham, a handsome woman of middle years with an air of quiet intelligence; Colonel and Mrs. Fitzwilliam, landed gentry from just outside Whitby; and Dr. Seward, a youngish man with scholarly features who directed a private asylum near Scarborough. The group was completed by Miss Helena Westenra, a striking young woman whose golden hair and luminous complexion made her appear almost ethereal in the warm lamplight. "Miss Westenra is visiting from London," Zekley explained as he made the introduction. "She has a particular interest in antiquarian literature, and has been kind enough to assist me in cataloguing some recent acquisitions." The young woman offered a graceful curtsy, her clear blue eyes regarding Holmes with undisguised curiosity. "Mr. Holmes, your reputation precedes you. I followed Dr. Watson's accounts of your cases with great interest." Holmes acknowledged the compliment with a slight bow. "You're too kind, Miss Westenra, though I fear Watson's literary embellishments often make my modest deductive efforts appear more impressive than they truly are." "You do yourself a disservice, sir," she replied with a smile that momentarily transformed her delicate features into something almost luminous. "The power of observation and logical reasoning can appear quite magical to those who lack such gifts." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of dinner, announced by the same footman who had greeted them. Seekley, playing the perfect host, escorted Lady Gresham to the dining room, with the others following in procession. Watson found himself paired with Miss Westenra, while Holmes accompanied Mrs. Fitzwilliam. The dining room continued the theme of opulent illumination, with a massive chandelier casting brilliant light over a table set with silver and crystal that must have been brought specifically for Zekley's temporary residence. The meal proved to be excellent. Several courses of exquisitely prepared dishes, accompanied by wines of exceptional quality. Watson noticed, however, that their host barely touched his food, merely moving it about his plate while engaging his guests in animated conversation. Holmes, seated almost directly across from Sheikley, appeared to observe this as well, though his expression betrayed nothing of his thoughts. The discussion flowed freely, touching on literature, music, and the latest scientific developments. Zekley proved to be exceptionally well informed on a wide range of topics, his commentary revealing both extensive education and a worldliness that spoke of wide travel and diverse experiences. "You mentioned your interest in folklore, Mr. Seekerley," Holmes remarked during a lull in the conversation. "I wonder if you might share your perspective on the rather unusual events that have occurred in Whitby recently." A momentary hush fell over the table, the previously comfortable atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Several guests exchanged uneasy glances, while Sir Henry cleared his throat with evident discomfort. "I'm not certain dinner is the appropriate setting for such a discussion, Mr. Holmes," Lady Gresham suggested gently. Zekley, however, appeared untroubled by the shift in topic. "On the contrary, I find that good food and wine often create the perfect atmosphere for exploring life's darker mysteries." His gaze met Holmes's directly, a subtle challenge in his dark eyes. "You refer, I assume, to the unfortunate deaths that have occurred since the Russian ship ran aground during the storm?" Holmes nodded. "Precisely. Given your scholarly interest in Eastern European folklore, I thought you might have insights into certain patterns that these deaths seem to follow." Shikali smiled slightly. "You speak of vampire legends, no doubt. Professor Van Helsing's influence on your thinking, perhaps?" "The professor has certainly offered his interpretation," Holmes acknowledged. "I'm curious whether your understanding of such folklore aligns with his." Shikali leaned back in his chair, swirling the untouched wine in his glass thoughtfully. "The vampire myth exists across many cultures, Mr. Holmes, though it reached its most elaborate form in the Carpathian region. My ancestors would have spoken of the Strigoi or Nosferatu, undead beings who sustain their unnatural existence by feeding on the blood of the living. Surely you don't suggest such creatures actually exist?" Colonel Fitzwilliam interjected with obvious scepticism. "All legends contain kernels of truth, Colonel," Seckley replied smoothly. "Whether literal or metaphorical is often a matter of perspective. Throughout history, there have certainly been individuals who developed a pathological thirst for blood, a condition modern medicine might classify as a form of porphyria or perhaps a psychological aberration." Dr. Seward nodded with professional interest. "Indeed, I've documented several cases of patients with blood fixations in my clinical practice. The human mind, when diseased, can manifest the most extraordinary compulsions, yet folk beliefs often attribute supernatural powers to these beings," Holmes observed. "Transformation into mist or animals, superhuman strength, immortality, elements that seem to transcend mere medical conditions." Shikali's expression remained one of scholarly detachment, though Watson thought he detected a flicker of something darker, more primal in the man's eyes. "The imagination is powerful, Mr. Holmes. When confronted with phenomena they cannot explain, humans naturally embellish reality with fantastic elements. A man with unusual strength becomes superhuman in the retelling. A clever predator who evades detection becomes one who can transform at will." "And the aversion to religious symbols, garlic, running water," Holmes pressed. "How does your rational interpretation account for these aspects of the legend?" Something shifted subtly in Zekley's demeanour, a barely perceptible tensing of his posture, a momentary hardening of his aristocratic features before his expression smoothed once more into one of casual interest. "Psychological conditioning, perhaps," he suggested. "If one believes deeply enough in a prohibition, it may manifest as a genuine physical reaction. Or perhaps," he added with a thin smile, "these elements were added to the legend specifically to provide humans with a sense of power over that which they feared, the comforting belief that even monsters have weaknesses that can be exploited." The conversation might have continued along this intriguing path had dinner not concluded, with Zekley suggesting that the gentleman might enjoy cigars in his study, while the ladies retired to the drawing-room. As they rose from the table, however, a disturbance at the entrance to the dining-room drew everyone's attention. Professor Van Helsing stood in the doorway, slightly dishevelled as if from hurried travel, his expression grave as his gaze fixed on their host. "Forgive my tardiness," he said, his Dutch accent more pronounced than usual. "I was unavoidably detained by matters relating to our investigation." Zekley regarded the newcomer with a curious mixture of amusement and what might have been anticipation. "Professor Van Helsing, how good of you to join us after all. We were just discussing folklore relating to the undead, a subject on which I understand you're something of an authority." "Indeed," Van Helsing replied, his tone cool but controlled. "Though I find academic discussions of such matters somewhat hollow when reality presses upon us so urgently." An electric tension seemed to fill the room, the other guests looking between the two men with expressions ranging from confusion to alarm. Holmes, Watson noticed, was watching the interaction with intense focus, his sharp eyes missing nothing of the unspoken dynamic between Jekyll and Van Helsing. Perhaps, Holmes suggested diplomatically, we might continue this fascinating discussion in the study as Mr. Zeekley proposed. Ladies, if you'll excuse us? The women departed, though Miss Westenra hesitated momentarily, her gaze lingering on Zeekley with an expression Watson found difficult to interpret. Concern, perhaps, or something deeper and more complex. Then she was gone, following Lady Gresham and Mrs. Fitzwilliam to the drawing-room. Zeekley's study proved to be a remarkable chamber, its walls lined with bookshelves containing volumes that Watson suspected were both rare and valuable. A large globe stood in one corner, while various artefacts of evident antiquity were displayed in glass cases around the room. A fire burned in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the richly carpeted floor. As cigars and brandy were distributed, Van Helsing remained standing, declining both with a curt gesture. His attention seemed entirely focused on Zeekley, who had positioned himself near the fireplace, the flames casting his strong features into dramatic relief. "You have an impressive collection, Mr. Zeekley," Holmes remarked, examining a particularly ancient-looking tome in a nearby case. "This appears to be a first edition of Calmet's Treatise on Vampires and Revenants. Quite rare, I believe." "You have a good eye, Mr. Holmes," Zeekley acknowledged. "The study of folklore has been a passion of mine for many years. I find humanity's attempts to explain the darker aspects of existence illuminating." Van Helsing moved forward, his posture tense. "You speak of darkness with the casual interest of an academic, sir. Yet I wonder if your knowledge comes from more direct experience." The room grew quiet, the other gentleman sensing the underlying hostility in the professor's words. Zeekley, however, merely smiled a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Are you suggesting something specific, Professor?" he inquired with dangerous politeness. "I believe the time for suggestions has passed," Van Helsing replied firmly. 4 deaths in Whitby since your arrival. 4 innocent lives taken in a manner consistent with predation rather than mere murder. The pattern is unmistakable to those who know what to look for. Sir Henry Gresham shifted uncomfortably. "See here, Professor, these are serious insinuations. Mr. Zeekley is a guest in our community, a man of culture and education. Surely you don't mean to imply I imply nothing," Van Helsing interrupted. "I state plainly what evidence suggests. The ship from Varna, the missing cargo, the exsanguinated victims, all pointing to a conclusion that reason may resist but evidence confirms." Holmes, who had been silently observing this exchange, now stepped forward. "Evidence is indeed our most reliable guide, Professor, which is why I took the liberty of conducting certain inquiries that may shed light on our current situation." He turned to Zeekley with a penetrating gaze. "Mr. Zeekley, would you be so kind as to explain the nature of your relationship with Professor Van Helsing prior to your arrival in Whitby?" The question hung in the air, unexpected and pointed. Zeekley's expression betrayed momentary surprise before settling into a mask of careful neutrality. "I have no prior relationship with the Professor," he stated smoothly. "We met for the first time here in Whitby, as you yourself witnessed, Mr. Holmes." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Curious, then, that when I telegraphed the University of Amsterdam regarding Professor Van Helsing, they informed me that he has been missing for nearly 3 weeks, his absence coinciding rather neatly with your arrival in England." Van Helsing's face paled visibly, his composure slipping for the first time since Watson had met him. "You investigated me?" he asked Holmes, his voice barely above a whisper. "I investigate all aspects of a case, Professor," Holmes replied evenly, "including those who insert themselves into it under questionable circumstances." The room had grown so quiet that the crackling of the fire seemed unnaturally loud. Watson found himself holding his breath, sensing they stood at the precipice of some momentous revelation.